Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honourable Senators, for the matter of privilege referred to the Committee of Privileges on Tuesday, March 15, 2022 only, Ms. Jearlean John will be temporarily appointed to serve as a member of the committee in lieu of Mr. Wade Mark. Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Extension of Period for Payment of 50% Fixed Penalty Order 2022. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the supplemental order paper in the names of the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Education, the Financial Institutions Capital Adequacy Regulations 2020, and the ministerial response of the Ministry of Education to the first report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration on an inquiry into the effects of the hybrid learning system on student performance in government and government-assisted schools during the revised COVID-19 restrictions. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, to the Minister of Finance, in light of the IMF's latest report, in which it stated that this country's real effective exchange rate was overvalued by some 20.4%. Can the minister state what action, if any, will be taken to address this finding?
Minister of Finance, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, when the other side asks questions of this nature, it gives you some insight into what they would do if they were in government. It's obvious that the UNC, if they ever get into government in and around the year 2040, might want to devalue the currency. That's obvious. There's no other reason for such a question. But it is important that persons such as Honorable Senator Mark read the entire report. If you read on page 37 of the article for consultation with Trinidad and Tobago, between Trinidad and Tobago and the IMF, which is an obligation of all member countries who are members of the IMF, one will see this statement, Monetary and Exchange Rate Policy, page 37. The authorities prefer to maintain the status quo on the exchange rate regime. So if Senator Mark had seen that, he would not have asked this question. We intend to maintain the status quo with respect to our exchange rate regime. We do not intend to devalue the currency. There's absolutely no reason to do so. We don't have any of the situations that would lead to a currency crisis, such as balance of payments problems, deficit in our current account, or any of the other issues. We have adequate foreign reserves. The IMF has said so. So that I would ask the Senator Mark, stop trying to scare people with this kind of nonsense.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, without getting engaged at this time, may I ask the Honourable Minister, what measures or other measures that the government have contemplated to bring the exchange rate back to its original level of 685, 675 to 685, Madam President, to one US, rather than what exists on the black market today of 10 TT dollars to $1 US.
DeMarc, I won't allow that question.
Ridiculous question.
No, Minister. Next question. You have one more?
Yeah. Madam President, can the Minister indicate what measures are being taken by his administration to make the economy and more so the exporters of goods and services more competitive in light of this overvaluation as outlined by the International Monetary Fund?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Madam President, there are 4 questions on notice for response today, and the government will answer all 4. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Question number 60 to the Minister of Health.
Health.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all. The Ministry of Health is working with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to determine the prevalence of fraudulent vaccination practices and to take appropriate action. As of March 15th, 2022, 7 matters are before the TTPS, of which 3 persons were charged for conspiracy to misbehave in public office. The 4 other matters are currently being investigated.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister, through you, whether the ministry has compiled a report on this whole fraudulent vaccination practices by some members of the public of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Madam President, can I ask the Minister whether the government is considering heightening its sensitivity programs through education so as to advise members of the public on the dangers associated with this dangerous practice?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate whether there's any time frame he has been advised as to those cases that he has mentioned, 7 of them, where citizens, according to him, have been charged? Can he advise us?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have never seen such a fishing expedition. Madam President, the time frame will be determined by how long the investigation takes by the TTPS. The Ministry of Health is not a prosecutorial agency. We don't investigate. We hand over those matters to the TTPS, and it will take as much time as the TTPS deems sufficient.
Senator Mark?
Question number 61 to the Minister of Health.
The lack of specificity in this question does not lend itself to an informed response. However, of all the unfortunate deaths from COVID-19 so far, 93.3% of those deaths occurred in individuals who were not vaccinated.
Senator Mark?
The Honourable Minister, in light of the question that I have posed, can the Minister indicate whether there's any data or statistics gathered by his ministry to demonstrate that several members of the public who have perished may have done so without any comorbidities? Madam President, is there any data available to the ministry?
Minister?
Madam President, if the senator would ask the relevant question, we will answer it. But the question that was posed for the consumption of the public, to show how vague this is, the senator wanted to know of 5 persons in December who perished, unfortunately, whether they were vaccinated or unvaccinated, without giving names or any specific issues. And we have been at pains every day to tell the population the comorbidities that people have in an aggregate manner and people who don't have comorbidities. We have been at pains to point this out throughout the past 2 years.
Senator Mark?
Ask the Minister whether he has data that he can share with this Honourable Senate as it relates to that question of those citizens who would have perished as a result of COVID-19 and who did not suffer from any comorbidities. Do we have any data or statistics to verify this information?
As I indicated earlier, if the...
To disallow the question.
Sorry.
Because of the previous responses given. Senator Mark, you have one more question.
Okay.
That you...
Yeah. I'll go on to question number 62. Madam President, go on to question 62.
Senator Mark?
Yes, question number 62 to the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam President. TCL is a listed company on the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange and has been privatized since 1990. As such, the company has not been owned or managed by the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in any form or fashion for over 30 years. As the former Education and Research Officer for the Bank and General Workers Union with responsibility for worker education programs, Senator Mark must know that it is not within the remit of the government to advise on the measures being taken by a private company such as TCL to resolve issues related to collective bargaining.
Mr. Mark?
Madam President, can the Minister indicate, as the line Minister with responsibility for trade and industry, a matter involving workers' interests in this country, whether the Minister has sought to investigate or inquire in any way in this matter that has been outstanding for 7 years, conscious of what the minister has just advised this honorable
Minister.
Parliament.
As the line minister was responsible for trade and industry, and given my reply, can I say once again that I neither have the authority nor the capacity to respond to you further on this matter. It is not within my remit.
Can I ask the minister through you, Madam President, whether the Oil Fields Workers Trade Union, which represents these workers, 100 retirees and 200 permanent workers, and who have been waiting for 7 years for their COLA, can you indicate to this Parliament whether any attempt has been made to approach your ministry to ask you to use your good offices to have this matter resolved?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question based on the previous responses given.
Madam President, as the Minister of Trade and Industry, with an interest, who has an interest in protecting and promoting the interests of the citizens of this country, can the minister indicate whether she intends, based on this question, and given the facts that I've put on the table, whether the minister intends to intervene or seek some audience with the relevant parties to have this outstanding matter resolved in the interest of all? Can the minister indicate whether she will take an interest, the Honourable Minister, that is?
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Next question, Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Should I pose the question?
Yes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Question number 87 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very warmly. Thank you very warmly, Madam President. Madam President, very happily, I can report that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is currently in the distribution phase of body cameras, having very recently acquired an additional 1,000 units for use by officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Madam President, prior to this acquisition, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service already had in its armory, so to speak, 160 functional body cameras in use. Altogether, therefore, Madam President, the police now has 1,160 body cameras, and these have and are being deployed to maximum strategic effort across the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in the fight against crime and in the spirit of transparency and all the other positives that such cameras would offer. Thank you very warmly, Madam President.
Senator Richard.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Minister, for the response. Can the Minister indicate, given the, I believe, 6,000 strong membership of the TTPS, if there are plans to acquire additional body cams to furnish further officers in addition to the 1,160 the Minister has identified?
A very logical and sensible follow-up on the previous question, and the answer with equal pleasure is absolutely yes.
Can the Minister indicate how many cameras are intended to be acquired, total, for the TTPS?
I couldn't tell you with greater specificity insofar as that is concerned, but I give you the assurance that more are in contemplation, and we will continue to expand the use of body cameras and make it the ambition is, of course, to make it a routine part of policing for the reasons I have offered.
Can the minister indicate, given cameras, body cameras entail use of technology, if there is a comprehensive policy for use and maintenance plan envisioned by the TTPS?
Well, not merely envisioned, but there is a policy since they are already in use, and that policy will naturally evolve and be refined as the circumstances demand.
Finally, Madam President, I have one more. Can the minister indicate the cost of these body cams, these 1,660 body cams as identified by the minister earlier?
I am unable to say so, but will be very happy to provide that to the senator at the earliest opportunity.
Appreciate it, Minister. Thank you, Madam.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Government business, bill second reading.
Honourable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, March the 8th, 2022, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration, Caribbean Community Skills National Act, Chapter 1803. 8 members have spoken already on this bill, including the move of the motion, and we can now resume the debate. Senator de Freitas.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to join this debate that is currently engaging this Honorable Chamber, which is an act to amend the Immigration, Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Act, Chapter 1803. I am coming in at number 9 in terms of speakers in this debate, and first on this second day. So I think it is prudent of me to give, as I begin my contribution, just a brief summary as to what we are treating with in the Senate today, for those who are now joining us today for the first time and listening outside of this chamber. So, Madam President, we have in the bill that I just read out the title of definitions in relation to Clause 4, which some of the senators that have gone before me have spoken to in terms of one or two issues that they would have had, specifically with the definition as it relates to dependents. And I think it was Senator Thompson, IE, being the senator that spoke to that. And under Clause 5, we speak to in this bill the entry of Caribbean community skilled workers for a 6-month period and lay out the process as it relates to that, as well as the entry of Caribbean community skilled workers for an indefinite duration, also laying out the particular processes as it relates to that. Under Clause 6 of the bill, we look at the situations in which the certificates that are given that allow non-nationals to move between member states and the situations that would render that particular certificate invalid. We also have, under Clause 6, instances where a process is laid out where an individual who has a particular skill certificate wants to change their employment within a category and outside of categories, and we lay out the process that needs to take place there, where the individual would need to reapply for a skill certificate to indicate such a move. Under Clause 7, we have the conditions for revocation by a Minister of Immigration, and again, the process is laid out as to what are the conditions that would cause such a thing to happen. Moving on to Clause 10, we have that the Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Register is being set up, and within that process and within the clauses there, you have data protection provisions put in place to ensure that the data that is collected from non-nationals who would be utilizing these particular pathways that are put into this bill, that their information is protected and not leaked out to the public. Under Clause 12, we have the expansion of the qualifications that satisfy requirements, and you can find the total list that is being proposed in Schedule 3 of this bill. The Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs has indicated that there were 5 prior, and now we've expanded to more than 5. So you would find that in Schedule 3 of this bill. It includes musicians, artists, artisans, teachers, media workers, professional nurses, a holder of associate degree or equivalent, a domestic worker with the Caribbean vocational qualification, an agricultural worker, and to include also as well a security guard. So, Madam President, Clause 13, which is another clause in this particular bill that senators spoke to, especially Senator Thompson-IE, who had some issues, it speaks to the ability of the spouse of a principal applicant to be able to work without having to apply for a work permit. In relation to familial issues, Clause 18 also speaks to the spouse being able to maintain such a status even after divorce takes place after a period of 5 years of living in the said country with the principal beneficiary. So, Madam President, we've had several senators who've spoken to this bill, Senator Thompson-IE being one of them, who spoke to issues in relation to, like I said before, the definitions of dependent and the issue that she raised in the context of the definition given, what would happen to in-laws of the principal applicant if they wanted to also come to the new country with the principal applicant, and she indicated and pointed out that that was not catered for in the bill. She also spoke to, as it relates to Clause 18, what would happen within that 5-year period where a spouse that has accompanied the principal applicant or principal beneficiary, if it is that the marriage breaks down within that 5-year period for any number of reasons, and she identified domestic violence as one, and if it is that the spouse at that particular point in time would then lose all the benefits that they had gained, having been a spouse, as per the definition in the bill, that if it is that they would lose all of the benefits that they would have gained having been married, and that something should be put in place to sort of protect it in terms of within a 5-year period. And I will respond to Senator Thompson-IE when I get later down in my contribution. Senator Vera spoke, and in his contribution, he understood the assignment and he understood what this bill was trying to achieve. And for that, I commend him, because most of the other speakers that came outside of the independents went in a very different direction. Senator Mark was, for lack of a better word, being himself. Senator Leida, I would say, threw me for a loop in his contribution, and I would address that when I move forward. Senator Yokymma Bethelmy, in her contribution, was tempered, and there were 2 issues that she raised, which again I would respond to those specific 2 issues. But let me start with Senator Mark. Now, after Senator Mark's contribution, I said to myself, when Senator Mark is done with politics, I think he has or can acquire a very lucrative career in writing fiction. He has a very good imagination. Let me explain why I say that. So Senator Mark would have said several things, but there's one thing he latched on to, went into the public domain, and expanded upon that, so much so that the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs had to call a press conference and respond specifically to that, because you cannot leave something like that being said in the public domain lest people believe it. So Senator Mark's biggest argument in relation to why this bill cannot be supported is because of voter padding, or the potential for voter padding. Now, to those listening, and I would say to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, I understand how difficult it must be to respond to works of fiction in a serious manner. But if you're engaging to do so you have to delve quite deeply. And we all heard the response of the minister to Senator Mark and this accusation of voter padding, in that the process by which a non-national would become eligible to vote is laid out and has been laid out in law long before the CSME, long before this particular bill was here. And even with the CSME, as it was implemented in the categories that were allowed prior, that was always something that could have happened as was laid out by the laws that govern that. But let me just explain to those listening exactly what Senator Mark put on the record and exactly what he was trying to say. To do that, you have to understand what is voter padding and the definition thereof. And let me give you the simplest and most general definition of voter padding. So voter padding is the movement of individuals from one constituency to another towards the end goal of securing an election victory. The assumption that is had when talking about voter padding is that a particular political organization is engaging in the movement of those individuals from one constituency to the other to secure a victory for them. Now, if we were to take Senator Mark seriously in what he's saying in the context of the bill that is before us, let me broaden that definition and then walk you through the steps. So to broaden the definition, in order to make what Senator Mark is saying non-fiction, you would have to state that voter padding is the movement of individuals from one area, point A, to point B in order to secure an election victory, not taking into account geography, cultural differences, social differences, and political differences between nations. That is what he's essentially saying. So what he's trying to make this population believe is that Party A has somehow gained enough influence to undermine, usurp, and overcome all of the political organizations in another country, to convince citizens of that country to pack up their Georgie bungle, sell off their assets, take their children out of school, come to Trinidad and Tobago, be placed in a constituency so that they could vote for that party. And if that sounds crazy, you now understand why I say that Senator Mark is imaginative and he could succeed when writing works of fiction. Let's take the assumption that I indicated with the definition of voter padding, which is that you're moving individuals into particular constituencies to be able to vote for you so that you can win an election. So what he's essentially saying as it relates to this bill that is before us, which speaks to the movement of individuals from one nation to another and the ease of doing so with the ability to work, is that an individual who has taken the decision, for whatever reason, to seek out a better job or a better life in a member state is doing so predominantly because they want to vote for a party in that state. This is about the third or fourth time I've heard from Senator Mark in relation to any kind of electoral process with his tonality and his inference that somehow in a healthy democracy you can guarantee a vote from an individual. How are you doing that? Even if you take that leap of imagination to believe that a non-national is picking up their entire life to come to another country specifically because they want to vote for a party that they know nothing about, how are you guaranteeing that vote under the definition of voter padding and the assumption that voter padding makes? That is why I say it's nonsense. Feats of imagination and works of fiction. This bill has nothing to do with voter padding. Madam President, I move on to Senator Leida. Senator Leida, Senator Leida, Senator Leida. I'm glad that we came back a second day to do this bill, because if I had to respond to Senator Leida last week, it would have been a different situation. I cannot understand the pathway Senator Leida took in opposition to this bill. I tried to wrap my mind around it. It didn't work. I thought about it, and I thought about it. I thought about whether I should respond. And I got up this morning and I said, let me make it a teachable moment. Senator Leida's biggest comments was, they're coming to engage in criminality. They're coming to engage in prostitution. They're coming to take our jobs. Senator Leida, I would say that that contribution, for lack of a better phrase, was judgmental, bordering on disrespectful and discriminatory. This bill seeks to strengthen something that we all need right now, globally, regionally, and locally, which is a sense of community. It seeks to strengthen, not start, because it has been around for a while and we are mending it. It's not fostering for the first time, but it's strengthening through these amendments, through the Parent Act, that sense of community that is needed. The bill seeks to ease the movement of skill sets between participatory member states. And I honestly thought that Senator Leida would have recognized the merits of such. Instead, what we got was a debate of community versus individualism. A me-only attitude put forward by Senator Leida, littered with xenophobic utterances, which has roots in an outdated and primitive level of thinking. Listen to what he said. They're coming for our jobs. Engaging in criminality, engaging in prostitution. How do you know that? Who told you that? Senator Leida, in case you didn't know, Trinidad and Tobago as a nation is a cornucopia of culture, a one-pot society made up of a palau of people. Every single year, this country celebrates a holiday that speaks to the arrival of individuals to this country. And in every single greeting from every single bench, we speak to their contribution to culture, their contribution to society, their contributions to music, their contributions to business and the development of this nation. So to stand up and say that they're coming to take their jobs is completely and utterly wrong. Our very DNA as a people is built around the words togetherness and tolerance. And I am certain that if you shake the family tree of every single person in this chamber, you will find a few immigrants falling out. And had they met the kind of thinking that Senator Leida put forward in this contribution, none of us may end up being contributing members of society as senators in this chamber. This is part of who we are. Trinidad and Tobago is made up of a myriad of people coming from different places, all of whom have contributed to the development of this country and making us who we are today. So, Senator Leida, no. I disagree wholeheartedly with your statements that this bill is not for now, because times are hard. Look around. Times are hard for everybody. We are still in a pandemic and treating with the threat of world war. That is the point of a bill like this, for fostering that level of community where we can share skill sets with each other and build each other up. Now is not the time for that type of thinking. And if you want to understand that even deeper, and you take a look at Schedule 3, Madam President, and some of the areas in which these skill sets are being allowed to come in, inclusive of the 5 that was there before. Let's just take a look at a musician, for example. And if you want to understand why Senator Leida is so wrong in the way he was thinking, the greatest calypsonian that we have in Trinidad and Tobago, the greatest of all time, wasn't even born in Trinidad and Tobago. Migrated here with his parents at a very young age. That is the kind of potential that this bill has in it when we allow for these categories and these skill sets to come. He's talking about taking jobs. Well, I say they have the ability to create jobs. When you have an artist that is able to move along freely, get a skill certificate and come. Let's think of a painter, for example. The painter comes. They're renting studios to be able to show their art. They're buying utensils and paintbrushes and paints and everything from shops right here in Trinidad and Tobago, because here's where they are. That's the kind of thing that we're talking about. A musician comes. They're in recording studios. If they're throwing a fete, you have vendors. You have the location that they're paying for. You have people working to execute that particular event. So it's not just about scare tactics to say, oh, they're coming for your job, and oh, they're coming to do this, and oh, they're coming to get engaged in criminality. That is not the case. I move on now to Senator Lakshmi Dayal. And there were 2 things that Senator Lakshmi Dayal stated that I wanted to respond to. One was when she asked, how are you going to monitor the implementation of this? Now, Senator Lakshmi Dayal, my experience with processes like this one, normally monitoring is something that would occur in conjunction with the private sector. And let me just explain how. So if you take a look at, I think it is clause 6, Senator Lakshmi Dayal, 4C, change of employment outside of approved categories. Now, normally in this process, you would have your certificate which would indicate where you're employed and which category you're employed in. And it's already stipulated in the bill that if it is you want to change your category within categories or outside of a category, that you actually have to apply to do so to get another certificate. In conjunction with the registry that is to be set up, also laid out in this bill, what would normally happen in terms of conjunction with the private sector is that if it is I leave a job with an employer, the employer can and should notify immigration or the registrar that this person is no longer employed with that company. That is one way that monitoring can take place. Now, I understand the situation where you could be employed with an employer for a decade, for example, and you've decided to take up a job within the same category but with another employer. And of course, 10 years has passed, so you're not really looking at this particular piece of legislation to say, oh my God, I need to let immigration know that I've changed my employment. But the point is that through the process of living here and certain actions that would be taken, whether it's opening a bank account, whether it's applying for utilities or whatnot, a job letter would normally need to be given in order to execute these things. And the reason why I say working in conjunction with the private sector or these entities can help you to monitor that particular situation is based on the idea, and I've seen this happen in other countries as well, dealing with immigration processes, where if you are non-national in that particular country, then you are identified as such in various ways.
Senator de Freitas, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. So you're identified as such in various ways. So that if it is you're opening a bank account, the bank is aware that you're a non-national, they're asking for a job letter, they have the ability to take a look at your certificate which says you're supposed to be working in one place, but the job letter is actually for another place, and then immigration can be notified in that way. So that is one way, Senator Lakshmi, that you can engage in monitoring if it is you work in conjunction with the private sector in terms of the implementation and execution of the clauses in this bill. The other thing that senators raised in relation to this bill, Madam President, this is Senator Thompson-I, she was talking about gap children in relation to the definition of dependent, and she was speaking to gap children who take a year off before they start school and whatnot. And when I thought about it, I said the only real instance where that could be a problem, Senator Thompson-I, is if the child is home and unemployed. Normally, gap children are doing one of two things. They're either working for the year to gain work experience, or they're traveling to gain world experience. If it is that they're traveling, then a parent moving from one country to another isn't really the issue there. If it is that the person is working, then they're making money for themselves, and then after the year, they're going into university, and then they will be captured by the bill that's before us. However, the individual that is home and unemployed, which is the only particular situation that I've identified that might fall outside of this, that is something that I believe that would be a familial discussion that needs to take place as to how that would be treated. But if it does become a problem, if you read on to further down where you have the dependents, it speaks to the minister being able to make adjustments in relation to that. Of course, that is if in the execution of this particular piece of legislation, you notice that that is something that is coming up as a problem over and over again. So, Madam President, in conclusion, I'd like to say that the bill makes every attempt to foster a greater sense of community between member states through the sharing of skill sets. Such a thing is imperative now more than ever, given the global economic climate that we've found ourselves in. To understand what I'm saying, I would repeat a quote that I've said in this chamber before in relation to another debate that we had, but I think it's more pertinent here. And that quote is, "In times of hardship, the wise build bridges, whereas fools build barriers. Let us not listen to those that would have us build barriers, lest they make fools of us all." Madam President, with those few words, I thank you.
Senator Nakhid.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Madam President, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to join this debate. And as the Honorable Senator de Freitas ended with a quote, so I'll begin with one. Anton Chekhov, famous Russian playwright, stated that common hypocrites pretend to be doves. Political and literary hypocrites pretend to be eagles. But don't be fooled by their eagle-like appearance and qualities. They are not eagles, but rather rats, dogs.
6-4-46-6.
Senator Nakhid, continue.
Thank you, Madam President. The point of that, Madam President, is that eagles soar. They have lofty ambitions. There's no difference with this bill. It's lofty. No one disagrees with the idea of CARICOM unity, integration. It's all what we strive for. I think we are all Caribbean people, finally. I like the allusion to where we all came from. I could trace maybe 3 or 4 different origins of my family, as Senator de Freitas stated. But that doesn't neglect or gloss over the realities that we face as a country right now. And this has always been my problem with this PNM government, who seem to neglect the realities that we face right now, post-COVID, that they themselves have alluded to time and time again. And if we are in a post-COVID-19 economic recovery crisis, where we haven't heard or implemented a single thing from that Economic Recovery Committee, and we come here today and last week to talk about free and restricted movement across the Caribbean, when we know that we are faced with a job market that is in tatters. 130,000 people off the formal sector. Imagine, Madam President, what is going on in the informal sector. And that is why I continue to say that this government is divorced from the economic realities on the ground. They are divorced from the dire consequences economically that people on the East-West corridor face. So don't take affront to my quote from Chekhov. This bill, in reality, is a political Trojan horse. In the eyes of people who don't know better, a pretense of caring for CARICOM, but in reality, it's an attack, a destabilization, a denigrating, a humiliation of the citizens of our own country. And who are these citizens that will be affected by this bill? People spoke about it. I think Senator de Freitas, Madam President, was seriously misplaced to place it in the category of prostitution. And so that is fear-mongering. That is sensationalism. Given the type of jobs listed, without specific criteria, without a narrow focus on exactly what can come in, like so many other countries, and I'll get to that, what takes place in other countries, because essentially this bill has to do with socioeconomics. That is what this bill has to do with. So it's not a bill that is divorced of social implications and economic implications therein. It affects those. And that's what that side, they don't seem to understand. So although this bill might look good in intent and for the lofty ideal like the eagle, let's examine why Chekhov referred to it as something much lower than the eagle. We're talking about a bill that will allow security guards, artisans, athletes, sportsmen, etc. Let's be brutally honest, Madam President. Let's stop the political hypocrisy. All politics are local in the end. So although it's regional, there are local implications, especially along places like the East-West Corridor, where I grew up with people playing football there, and who now are in dire, dire straits economically. No food insecurity at a maximum, no access to proper grants, and having to turn to a life of crime where we all look at them and say, look, committing crime all over the place. But there are reasons behind that. And bills like this contribute to that, Madam President. So we have to ask ourselves, why at this time, where admittedly, by the PNM themselves, by this group, they admit that we are in serious economic straits. How would this bill help our citizens? We have to ask ourselves, how would it help? How would it help? Would it provide better job possibilities, opportunities for the people that need those jobs? Well, let me give you an example. In 2019, there was a meeting by the Council of Latin American and Caribbean countries talking about that Vision 2030 for sustainable development. That meeting was held in Santiago, Chile. And they, in 2019, this is pre-COVID, pre-COVID, Caribbean countries, and I quote, Caribbean countries face a difficult situation today. Myriad of problems, from the effects of natural disasters to a shortage of resources, complex access to financing, narrow fiscal space for introducing social reforms, and the burden of high levels of indebtedness. That is in 2019, Madam President, before COVID. What is the situation now? I think even that side will admit it's exponentially worse. So given this report, and that's not a UNC report, that's an independent report. Now you come with this bill with a job market in tatters, no specific criteria to have only highly skilled people because nurses flying out of the country. My niece just the other day, because I come from a family of nurses. My mother was a nurse for 50 years. My niece going to England, fly out of the country. 2 weeks later, 2 of our friends followed. That means what, Madam President? That means that jobs here are not available. That means that we have a serious unemployment issue, as I stated before. So nobody here is talking about prostitutes will come and I know I recognize, and I will call it out, the dog whistling to what type of people will come. And Sparrow was a Grenadian. Well, I think he meant Sparrow. Sparrow was a Grenadian or whoever. That's okay. That's not what we are against. What we are against is making sure that the citizens of this country who are unemployed get a job. It's simple as that. It's nothing complex, you know. The economics now, post-COVID, is not complex anymore. Post-COVID, the economic is the reality. How do we put our people back to work? And you bring in a bill here to bring more competition into the country to keep people out of work. And this is where it gets devious, Madam President. Who are the people who will be affected? So if you're talking about barbers and artisans and sportsmen, those sounding like jobs that mostly the people of the East-West Corridor do, and the rural areas. And if those are, in political reality, part of what we call P&M constituencies. Why are you looking to affect those people that support your party? Is it because you realize that the support within those constituencies are dwindling and you want to shore them up? If you want to call it voter pardon, that is you. But don't tell me that is not a political reality. I just spent a month and a half investigating the development taking place in St. Augustine nurseries. St. Augustine nurseries. Land that was allotted to make sure that we can stabilize the agricultural sector. And you all building a development on that land in St. Joseph.
Senator Nakhid, I have to caution you here that you need to treat with the bill. You're strained, you're going a little too far from the bill now, so I need you to come back to it, please.
Guided, Madam President. And here how I will come back, Madam President. As I said before, the social, he comes alive. Madam President, as I said before, this, in effect, is socio-economic. And to speak about this bill in a vacuum serves no one. Doesn't even serve that side. Because, what is it? It is, Madam President, at the end of the day, poorly written legislation. And I'll give you an example. We have here clause 19 that would amend Schedule 2 of the Act to specify the necessary application form required when applying for certification of recognition. There are some matters which are pertinent to the issues raised in this debate. The form Part A indicates the categories with only 5 listed, being university graduate, media worker, musician, artist, sportsperson. However, Madam President, we have just detailed over about 140 Caribbean vocational qualification certifications. Where are these categories represented in this form? Or is this going to be penciled in on the side of the form by the interviewing officer? How are we going to treat with that? When we scan lower down the form, we know that there's a field for name of dependents and spouse. The form asks of relationship, date of birth, passport number, expiry date. But madam, the principal applicant who should have to produce a certificate of police character, where is it listed that his spouse also has to do so? Who is also entitled to work? How are we going to treat with that? How are we going to treat with that eventually? It's just another example of how poorly written legislation can have an effect that we can't fathom, Madam President. Another thing I realized through you, Madam President, the Minister of CARICOM and Foreign Affairs, he said he will come back at the end and give us more statistics because there really wasn't any proper comparative analysis done. He mentioned the EU. But I have to ask him, how feasible this legislation that you propose now, given the fact that the EU, who was formed in 1958, but only began with free movement in 1992, decades after, and only when certain conditions were put in place. Now, they didn't form and then wait decades and then just come up, Vapsi-like, and say, okay, let's start with free movement. Conditions were put in place, because I lived in Belgium from 1990 to 1992. And I remember, and I still have my academy there, so I go there. So I remember in 1990, when I first went there, I was surprised at the lakes and the little drains and so in Belgium. They were filthy. They were filthy. Industrial waste clogged up. I was surprised that I was Europe, having lived in Switzerland before, which was immaculate. Only to find out within 2 years, one of the conditions for movement, one of the conditions to have people move and be employed and so, was that those European countries had to clean up their act. Those European countries, for example, like even in Belgium, we speak about Belgium again, there was a serious refugee problem within Brussels. A lot of refugees without employment. The European Union, one of their conditions was to make sure that there was better integration of those refugees, better integration of those migrants, in order not to have a serious imbalance within the EU. Now, if we look at our reality within Trinidad and Tobago, where we deal in oil and gas, we have manufacturing industries. Well, a lot of the Caribbean member states, they rely on tourism. Don't you see that there's an obvious potential for imbalance there? Don't come with your dog whistling. Answer the questions. Don't you see there's a serious imbalance?
So, Senator Nakhid, that expression that you're using is imputing and making certain inferences, and I'd ask you to desist from using that expression.
Okay, madam. Do not try to suggest that we have any other motive other than we want what is best for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. How is that, Madam President? We are concerned about the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We're not really on anything else, as you would like to say. We are calling it as we see it. We are calling it as the bill proposes. You are telling us, in this time, in this go-over season, when the EU, who you mentioned, put things in place to make sure that migrants didn't present an imbalance across EU. So in other words, Belgium, France, Holland, all these countries, they had to have conditions in place where no imbalance within the system, within the union, would be present. You haven't put those conditions in place. If we have 200,000 unemployed in the informal sector, how have you put those conditions in place? Well, I hope, as you said, Minister, that you will bring those statistics at the end and let us know how is it looking for us to go outside as well as for people to come here. Because as far as I know, Minister, Trinidad always looks good for the other Caribbean member states. I do not know if that is reciprocal. Okay. And by the way, Madam President, through you, I would like to remind the Minister that it only takes 1 year for a resident here to have the chance to vote. And you've stated that it takes 5 years. I hope you will also address that when you contribute at the end. That is wrong. And, you know, I don't want to harp on it because I just an easy target, low-hanging fruit. But you, as the presenter of the bill, you should know better. You should know better. So the EU recognized that dilemma that they were faced with. And that's why they waited decades and made sure everything was in place, conditions were right before they started with free unrestricted movement. What else can we gather then? If those conditions are not in place, what else can we gather if a bill that might bring enormous economic disaster, further disaster I should say, into those impoverished communities in Trinidad and Tobago that are mostly under the leadership, stewardship of the PNM, then what are we to gather, Madam President, that this bill represents other than what they alluded to, which is an attempt to gerrymander, an attempt to have some kind of shift of voter representation. And I don't appreciate or I don't recognize Senator de Freitas point when he talked about geography and cultural. I mean, I could give you an anecdote. There was an interview on TV, on TTT, and the interviewer was interviewing a security guard, Madam President. One of the, pardon? I hear some crosstalk, Madam. So the interviewer was interviewing the security guard, and quickly he realized, the interviewer, that the security guard had a little accent, and he turned out to be Nigerian. So he shifted the line of questioning, and he asked him, well, who do you support? And he said he supported Rohan. He said, who's Rohan? Then he said he supported Ramad. He said, who's Ramad? The poor man, in his ignorance, was trying to say Rowley. He didn't even know who he was supporting. My point, Madam President, is
I actually have to uphold the point of order that has been invoked. Senator Nakhid, I would ask you, please, to treat with the matter that is before us, which is the bill, and ask you to move on.
Okay. Well, Madam President, what I'm showing is that this bill, and it's poorly drafted as it is, not only that, given the dire situation we find ourselves in economically, I think this bill, quite rightly stated by Senator Mark, Senator Leiter, and Senator Lakshmi Dayal, is nothing more than a political Trojan horse for this government, because it really doesn't solve the problems that we are presented with post-COVID-19. And they have yet, none of them have yet to show us how it does. So rather than the trite talk and so, answer the questions. How are you prepared to show us that this bill will provide employment for our citizens of Trinidad and Tobago? Because I heard about fences and so, but good economic fences, Madam President, make for good economic neighbors. That doesn't mean that we have to be closed. It means we have to be sensible. It means that we have to make sure that our country is protected. I'm talking about exactly what the EU members did before they embraced free movement and restricted movement in 1992. So for emerging Caribbean economy, single market economy, there needs to be a certain amount of scaffolding in place, Madam President. There needs to be a certain amount of cover, which will cater for our small, medium, and micro enterprises. Because they are going to be, if we want to move forward as a country, they are going to make up what we will call the backbone of the economy. It cannot be the same old, same old. It cannot be. It has to be an attention to the root, Madam President. It has to be attention to the people who have been left out of the system. What a perfect opportunity we have right now. And this bill is not that. What a chance in this post-COVID world to deal with it from the root up. Make that social equation. Make it feed the root. This does not do that. This bill does not feed that root that is withering. Because if that root dies, and pay attention, I'm talking about the political reality we are faced with. If that root dies, the crime that we are seeing across the country is a garden party. And that is serious stuff I'm talking about. You cannot bring migrants, doesn't matter where they are from, you cannot bring migrants into a situation where they are forced to struggle and survive. How are we going to cater for them? I'll be more specific. A security guard, one of those listed who I spoke about before, or a welder, or somebody who comes here and has meager employment.
Senator Nakhid, you have 5 more minutes.
How is he going to, thank you, Madam President, how is he going to cater for his spouses? Because here he can bring his spouse, he can bring his dependents. You think a security guard with his spouse and dependents can have a decent living here in Trinidad and Tobago? With rising food prices, inflation, prices at the pump going up? I'm talking to you about the reality that we are faced with on the ground. Not this lofty ambition of a united CARICOM. We are all for that. We are all for that. But the people on the East-West corridor don't well live where you all live.
Senator Nakhid, you have 5 more minutes, but can you, in the 5 minutes, either wrap up or move on to some new points? Because you're now repeating, you're saying now exactly what you started your contribution by saying. So I'd ask you, please.
Well then, Madam President, they say sometimes, for those hard of hearing, repetition is good. But I'll wrap up, Madam President, based on your guidance. Madam President, we have one president, pardon. So, Madam President, in wrapping up, I would like this government and the good minister, who, to be honest, I could see there was some sincerity in his presentation, I must say. But again, misguided. I would like for this government to finally embrace the fact, finally get out of their echo chamber, and bring legislation that redounds to the benefit of the people who need help, Madam President. And in this bill, there is none of that. There is only political hypocrisy. And I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Deyalsingh. Senator Deyalsingh.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam, for allowing me to participate in this debate today. An act to amend the Immigration Act, Caribbean Community Skilled National Act. Madam, this act seeks to provide the free movement between the Caribbean islands. And this dream has been there for years, since I think it was the 27th regional meeting of the Caribbean heads of government in I think 2006. You know, they had expanded the list of workers from 5 to 10. So since then, this was on board. Even after that, in 2018, there was another meeting where they had established in 3 years' time they would serve to bring about, these 14 states would seem to bring about this free movement. And even before that, Madam, when the dream of the West Indian Federation was there years ago, you know, there was a dream to come together, and that, as we know the history of that, it had split up when I think our Prime Minister made the statement that 1 from 10 leaves 0, and that dream was dashed. But even at that time, the Prime Minister then, the Honorable Dr. Eric Williams, did say
there would have been a great economic burden to Trinidad and Tobago to run that federation office and whatnot. So the fact that the finances even then would have been something that would have been brought to light. And in the discussion here, I heard over the last day and today that, some of the concerns were economic concerns. Could we afford this? I heard the advantages, the disadvantages, and in my, my deliberations, it serves to me, to know what is the correct thing to do. Now, I must say, I have always believed in Caribbean integration. I lived 2 years in Barbados. I delved into the culture. I used to enjoy there. I lived 4 years in Jamaica. So I really have fond memories there. I have the fact that I have friends there. I still keep in contact with them. So I have these feelings to these islands, these beautiful islands. And it's like a brotherhood existed with my memory. So in a sense, I may have been biased in this, and I wanted this to work. And I also would have had discussions with other members there persons who I knew, and we always had common goals for the Caribbean. Besides the cricket, we had the fact that music could have been developed. I mean, it was a goal. And I also served as a board member of the Caribbean Accreditation Authority for Education in Medicine and Other Health Professions. This is CAM, 8C. And in that body, myself and other Caribbean professionals would have been there to get the way forward. How are we going to get health professions to be moving from country to country? How are we going to get doctors to be able to have that standard to be able to practice in different islands and to come across? And we saw the need. So part of our meetings, our discussions were there. And I was also a member of the Caribbean Association of Medical Councils, where the movements of doctors would have also come into play. And some things came about where we would have had reservations of persons coming into the country and not being able to have a certain standard of care, not being able to have a certain level of education. Sometimes coming into the country with, not any sort of checks and balances. So having that there with the medical professions and other health-related professions, I looked at this venture today and I said, okay, if we're going to let in persons and they have to have that certificate that we are asking about, and really speaking, having that certificate will give a level of idea that we are doing something right. They got some training in, and having the level of training that different countries would have established and allow persons to come in would have given us that idea that persons of a certain caliber may come in. But this is my fear, that other persons could slip in and come here to work and give a slip-shop job, and we have no way of getting any sort of a way to go after them. For instance, let's say a carpenter comes here, a contractor, he does his work, he messes up your job, and he just goes back to his country. Do we have any way of listing that carpenter? Let's say there's another person comes in here to do something, madam. I don't, I understand that the piece of legislation here states that you could get the work permit. When you come in, you will, you can get if you look at, when I looked at Section 5, and in Section 5, it makes mentions that, persons who would come in here, where a person is permitted to enter Trinidad and Tobago for a period of an indefinite duration under subsection 1, the immigration officer shall affix an appropriate stamp in the passport for that person. I don't like this idea about indefinite, because you're indefinite, but you could be coming up here and causing havoc in whatever field you come to do, and you just could come in and out. I'm thinking there has to be some way whereby the public who may be hiring these individuals may have to say, well, okay, if there's an association for contractors, if there's an association for entertainers, because entertainer may come here, take money, and just leave. And so there has to be I am suggesting that somehow not to have a carte blanche, people just coming in. I'm saying if they're going to come in, there has to be an authority, like the nurses could look, the association that was mentioned would look at any nurses coming in and screen them. So good, it may be there for nurses, it may be there for the teachers, but what about all the other persons in the schedule? We will have to somehow develop whereby if a sports person if he comes in and he's been using steroids or whatever, how do we have this, he's coming in, indefinite periods. I disagree. I'm thinking it should be either some way we should get to formulate year, 2 years, not at that indefinite. Also, somehow I'm thinking you have to have local bodies established that could make recommendation that, because you have the Caribbean vocational qualifications as a prerequisite for persons to come. But, madam, if I am a doctor and I don't go and do continuing medical education, I may be redundant at my work. I could give you a simple example. I used to wire things home by me, and there was the red, black, and white wire. And now I was confronted now with a wiring system with a brown, a blue, and a green. And I said, well, what is this? I didn't know. The electrician had to tell me, no, we have changed the code. So persons coming in, if you did a vocational course, qualification, they must have updates. I say every 3 years, allow them. They're not going to come back in unless they either do it locally by a local body to say you are an electrician and you have now came up with our codes, or, but the indefinite is something. So we have to get that, and this is the point I was trying to make with this. Madam President, when I looked at the schedule also, I may say you have artists, musicians, sports person, media worker. Recently we had problems here where I think it was Mr. Devan Raj, he said he was a media person and court said elsewhere. So you may have little difficulties in at least persons claiming to be something, and this is why a media body would do this, just as how the professional nursing body could look, or teachers could look. And madam, when I looked at the schedule of persons coming in here, it's good. It's good to have that movement. I would have dreamt a case where, like in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a lot of cases of people waiting for cataract surgery. I would have loved if doctors in the Caribbean could come in, clear that cataract list, encourage them to come, because they may not have that list there, and persons paying for cataracts 15,000, 18,000 may benefit from these people. So, I'm looking at, hey, we can benefit the population by offering them a less expensive service, but you may get resistance from the ophthalmologists locally thinking we are going to flood their markets, and they would not have that thing. So we have to see how we are going to balance this. Madam, I also looked at the fact that, we are going to bring in nurses and teachers. And I must say, some experience I had where I had to hire a nurse to take care of my mother-in-law. And of all the local nurses, the Cuban nurses in ICU seemed to be the best. I'm not saying that to bad talk our local nurses, but what I'm saying, it seemed they had a different level of training. But that is Cuba, that doesn't belong to here. So what I'm saying, so we may need persons to come in here as nurses, we may need teachers to come in here. But this is the problem I have, madam. Madam, a few years ago when the doctors were, against, I think the President Minister of Finance was the Minister of Health, and the doctors formed a union, and they were planning to strike. The Minister of Health simply removed the medical board from having the authority to appoint doctors to see who can come in, who cannot come in, and he formed a parallel health system. And in that way, the medical board was left impotent, where this parallel system within the ministry would bring in people from Cuba and every other country, and it had a roundabout way to get into the system. Now, you brought in doctors. We don't know the quality of those doctors. We don't know how their training was. We don't know if they were fully under the ministry and not under the medical board. So what I'm saying here now, we have to look at misuse of this. Let us say, right now in Jamaica, the nurses are in some sort of industrial action. Right now, teachers here had some blackout or something. We have to be cautious that a government may not want to give in to the demands of a teacher who may have valid claims in the COVID, or give in to a nurse and to say who complaining of overwork, one nurse to 60 patients in a COVID ward or whatever, and use this to bring in people through the back door. So our nurses and our teachers may be left in limbo, and you just say, well, just as how the doctors a few years ago, you basically, good political move, you can simply say, you all could sing and talk and march all you want or black out all you want. We're bringing in these people. So we have to be careful with this. So therefore, the dangers in that is that our local nurses, our local teachers, who some teachers have not been appointed for years, may feel disadvantaged with this. So somehow we have to satisfy our nationals first before we can go out and bring people in. And this is a concern that I have here with the nurses and the teachers. But I might also say we have to look at, it was made mention, I think, by somebody in the opposition that, bench, that criminals could come in. Well, it's a fact that, even though Senator de Freitas said, you're trying to, label everybody as what. But, madam, the fact remains, the United States, even looking at jobs, the ex-President Trump and his followers mention competition for jobs is a problem. And I've heard the same talk here, competition for jobs among local persons. They also had the problem with the voters, because right now in the Senate in the United States, there is the Democrats now were saying that, people don't need an ID to vote. And the Republicans are saying, no, you have to do that. You could just let immigrants come in. So that discussion, even though we're having it here, we're getting hot-blooded about it, it's elsewhere also. So we have to say, though, if those are the sentiments that certain people may have, we have to ensure this piece of legislation puts some safeguards to satisfy the fears that people would have. So why I want to go into this, madam, because I heard Senator de Freitas try to debunk Senator Wade's-Mark and Senator Lyder's opinion about voter pardon. Now, okay, Senator Lyder, de Freitas may think it doesn't exist. But, madam, the fact is, even in the United States, this was an issue with migrants coming in to vote. Even before, recently, it was sometime, I think last year, the leader of the opposition did say that the ID cards were given to Venezuelans to vote. So the sentiments are out there. Now, the opposition represents a lot of persons. And if those persons have this viewpoint, we have to see how could we, put something here to satisfy those people to say it wouldn't happen. And will it happen or will it not happen? Did it happen before? And Madam President, I'm not going to, Selwyn Ryan, there are other, the late Selwyn Ryan, there are other, intellects did express the views at one time Trinidad and Tobago used persons to come in here to vote. So I don't want to know if you have to call it voter pardon or bringing in people, but it existed and is a fact. And then I, if you allow me, madam, I would simply like to quote Brother Valentino. So I'm not quoting a politician. I'm not quoting an intellectual who may be an independent senator before, and people may say he may have some allegiance or something, or some axe to grind. I am quoting a Calypsonian. And remember, the Calypsonian rarely would be given a snapshot of history. And Brother Valentino said, remember, he sang Life is a Stage. And Brother Valentino, it was in a staff article interview recorded in June the 12th, 2005, posted on the July the 7th, 2005. He said, the power of the word is something else. He was talking about elections and how people will spread rumors, and he was talking about what happened. And he said here, and I'm quoting to him, I quote that from him, Lavendale is where the first voter pardon started. So we don't have to call it voter pardon or whatever. When the Grenadians and the small islanders and them came down here, they did not have any ID cards. All of them on the Hill voted the Doc, meaning Dr. Eckert Williams, because he represented that area. That is why they are so loyal to the PNM. The Doc used to say that they couldn't beat him in John John. It was his constituency. So even then, madam, race would have played a time then. Having a recalcitrant minority, you would have bringing people. So you would have had allegations then. So if it is expressed today, those allegations came through time. We have to put in the legislation something that would make people who so think or are so fearful that they would say, people could come in and work, but they are not going to be part of the voter process. So can't we somehow put in this legislation where you come into work, but after 5 years, then you would be allowed to vote? I think that could be something that could allow allay some fears whereby you are not actually stopping persons from coming, but you are somehow satisfying the concerns that persons may have had due to our historical perspective that was named there. So we had again mentioned, Madam, the economic concerns. And the economic concerns, obviously, we have a lot of persons here who are unemployed. I think a figure, Senator Mark had quoted a figure he had got, I think it was 131,000. So there is a fear and that it may put persons at a disadvantage. So while I agree with opening up our borders, while I agree with letting people come in, I have the fear that after COVID, we are still catching ourselves. So the timing, I think, may be a bit, in my concern, giving me a little problem. Because we didn't even catch ourselves yet. We don't know what's going on with persons who have lost jobs, persons who are unemployed. And I think Senator Ver made a very valid point. Why it is even though we have unemployed persons, they are still signing a job for persons saying workers wanted. So we have to factor all these things in. I mean, is it the locals don't want a job, or is it soon with the COVID economy we have, and we may have workers now reaching out for those jobs? Oh, if you find, so we have to see, will it really put our nationals at a disadvantage? You see, Madam, I have a problem with this because usually my level of priority is my God, my family, my community, my country, and then my region. So if we do not satisfy one first, I don't want to jump with region unless I'm satisfied that even though it is something that I applaud, even though I have that attachment, even though I've tried before to get the integration with the medical personnel. With the COVID time, one, and number two, the fact that if we are now in a situation we really don't know where we are going economically in terms of jobs, I'm a little bit hesitant in timing. I would wait until we catch ourselves first to see. Now, there is two ways I looked at it, too, Madam. So I was a bit concerned. I said, okay, if I want to hire a carpenter, and the local guys are charging $400. This could help me because I am now in economic hard time. So if a guy comes in from Grenada and I'm charging him $200, it gains me. The economy start going. So there is an advantage also of those persons coming in. It could bring down, as I'm saying, the fees, just as how medical surgeries can come down. You can have that. The checks and balances of the work the persons will be doing is something I would have to see, we have to put something in place. Because I think Senator Mark did mention that 131,000 people may be unemployed. So we have to factor that if we could advertise jobs, because I don't believe in carte blanche just coming in like that. If you can advertise the jobs and say there's a need, there's a niche, there's a gap in certain fields, then bring them in. Other than that, I'm hesitant to just bring them in willy-nilly. We could get to there eventually. And Madam, even before the COVID, I had met with the council in Belize, and we were trying to get our young doctors here who are not even getting jobs to go in Belize to work. This is something, it's a fantastic thing if we could get this thing going. So it's not to say I'm against it, but I'm looking at, but I'm hearing what the opposition has to say. I know they represent a mass of people who may have the same views. So we have to put something in to satisfy them. Because again, we have to realize that I don't want to be here trying to please national of St. Vincent to come in here to make it fair for them, when my own countryman may be feeling that he is being not treated fairly. So this is a concern I have. So therefore, a concern I have, madam, is let us say we are bringing in these workers, as said here. I think we should have them unionized. Because I heard the minister who moved this motion said that the TTMA and the business community, the Chamber of Business of Commerce, supported this. They endorsed this. Good. But is that good or is that bad? Because you have to understand, madam, business persons are there to make money. So, in a sense, they may endorse this, but then if you hire somebody from St. Vincent and they don't have a union, or you can threaten them that you'll get them out, or somehow, or cheaper labor, the business community may be a little biased in their support of this, So I'm just saying, for the labor to come in here and not have a unionized persons who are here, or they probably just think some Trinidadians don't want to work. Madam, some concerns were raised last time, whereby when we looked at the persons coming in, and I think it was made mention by a few speakers that when I look at Section 18, Section 18 actually looked at the subject to Section 5.2 and 10A, where the spouse of the principal beneficiary is living or has lived with the principal beneficiary for a continuous period of 5 years or more and is subsequently divorced from the principal beneficiary. The spouse and any dependent member of the family of the spouse at the time of the divorce shall continue to enjoy the rights and privileges conferred by this act. Okay, so when I looked at this, I heard some discussion about a spouse, but remember, spouses could also be a husband. It's not just women and being discriminated in and whatnot. And the thing is, so I looked at it. My wife could go to work somewhere, and I could go into the spouse. I didn't look at it as a gender issue, even though last day it was the International Day of Women. So I guess that is why the discussion then would have skewed towards that. However, I looked at this in a way, and I heard some members talk about, you have to be married. But, madam, there are research out there that if you are in a marriage, not a toxic marriage or abusive marriage, the persons there get less depression, less mental illness. It leads to a happier society. It leads to better children, a more productive nation. So if you are encouraging persons to get married, if you're encouraging a spouse and it has to be married, I see nothing wrong with that. I see this as putting a law that if you want to come into my country, yes, I know people could cohabit. I know you could live with whoever or how many people you want. But if you're coming into my country, I would rather people come in knowing that if you are in a productive marriage, the statistics show it is a benefit for the nation there. So I would want it to stay as being a married couple, because it's hard to tell if somebody is living with somebody for 5 years. If I come now and I just say, well, okay, you come with me, I'll tell them you're living with me for 5 years. What proof we have? How are we going to prove that? I mean, if you have a marriage, you have a marriage certificate. It's easier to have that. And another thing I would like to look, madam, is the fact that we would be encouraging a society, which I'm thinking, people may say the laws could somehow help society a bit, and this is where I'm thinking. So come into my country, come in married, I have no problem with that.
Senator Deyalsingh, you have 5 more minutes.
So thank you, madam. So, madam, this is something here that I would have supported, to leave it as married individuals. I mean, but most marriages now, madam, lasting 4 years. So we might be in some trouble, but we are still trying. I think we could still try something like that. Madam, the other problem I had is when I looked at Section 13, and they said that for a period of the duration of permission under Section 3.1, the spouse to whom Section 3 applies shall, notwithstanding the provisions of any other law, but subject to Sections 4 and 15, have the right to work in Trinidad and Tobago without a need of a work permit. Now, that's a little dangerous, I think, because let us say I have some job and I want to get into this country as a doctor, and I get married to an artist, and both of us will come to Trinidad as an artist. Then I don't need to apply for a work permit from the government. I could just go and open my practice and open my doctor shop. And this is where I see there's a danger there, whereby you just having persons come in without a need for a work permit. I don't think, I see it's an economic sense to help the families, yes, but I see it could be misused. And I think some senators did bring up this fact that it could be misused. I must say that the other issue I looked at is the fact that if you are, yes, acquiring property too, madam. Madam, so persons could come in and have the freedom to acquire property for use in a person's business. So, I'm about sometimes, even in Tobago, there was certain things where even when people coming in, they don't want tourists to buy property. How will that go with them where there is maybe an influx of persons coming in to work in Tobago and they're buying up properties in the sea or whatever? Would there be any checks and balances with that? A problem I looked at, madam, is also when I looked at section 4, when it looks to the fact that the children who may come in and your dependent children and also your spouse, madam, I have a problem. You may have a child, and that child may, because you say even when you look at 4C2, under the age of 25 years and attending a school or university full-time, will these children be checked for criminal record? Suppose I have a child who raped someone, who got in an accident or did something. I could just move to another country. Nobody will know him. And we move there. And do they check the children too? Will they also check not just the main persons coming into work, but the spouse for any sort of criminal events? This is what I would have concerns also, a check-up on those individuals too, because people may misuse it like that. So therefore, I heard the advantages of it. I heard, and I also thought about another disadvantage. Remember, our migrant population have jobs here now, those who got their permissions. And at this time, they have some bad blood where the recent death of an infant, they may think that we are now, have no use for them, and we're going to the rest of the Caribbean. So they were here all the time. And it could, so I think the timing right now, let these ill feelings quell, because our migrant population here from Venezuela may feel a bit, hey, why are they doing this now? Even though we may have to educate them, we are trying to do this long time. So therefore, I say, all in all, I heard the advantages. I heard the fact that there's cultural expression. We could go out and sell our culture, but we have to be cautious, ma'am, because, ma'am, you see, if we don't get our own persons here, like remember, some of the East Indians will feel their culture is not shown in TV, in fillers, in TTT, and there are persons who have been quoted, So you find Raviji, may I quote, ma'am, columnist Raviji wrote in 1993, our country's 2 public FM stations only had 1 hour of Indian music per week, shopping malls playing radio broadcasts.
Senator Deyalsingh, could I ask you please to just in your last minute or so, treat with the bill that is handed. You're straying a little too far now.
Thank you. But all I just wanted to say, if there are sentiments there where certain people in the population feel that their culture was not mainstream culture, and it's not, I'm saying I have 3 or 4 publications. I can quote the Sirs Working Paper 2012. I have 2000 publication, Ethnic Identity, National Days, where persons felt they were not really, the East Indian culture was not a mainstream. So we have to accommodate them first before they feel they are now put in a greater minority. So what I'm saying, let them come on board before we expand to a national culture
Senator
of
Deyalsingh, your time is expired.
Thank you, madam. Right.
Senator Bethelmy.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. But before I jump into my contribution, just allow me to address some points made by senators who preceded me. Now, Madam President, I do not want to touch on the obvious xenophobia coming from the opposition bench, but some remarks made by Senator Mark, Leida, and Nakhid, which quoted figures, which quoted a figure of 113,000 persons who were unemployed in Trinidad and Tobago, quoted from some non-existent report. Madam President, I have before me the 2020 and 2021 NIB reports. Please allow me to shed some light on the chairman's summary. And she wrote, "We observed a decrease of approximately 45,000 employees during the period March to May 2020, with trends indicating slow recovery." Madam President, I'm not sure if the opposition remembers, but between the months of March and May 2020, we were in the heights of the pandemic. Many sectors, including the government sectors, were given stay-at-home orders. So we had employees at home, not working, employers having to make the decision of keeping on employers and not paying NIB contributions or even taxes in an attempt to keep people on. I remember even members of my family, they were asked to stay at home, but it was not a situation where they were unemployed. Because the travel industry was so slow, they were asked to stay at home temporarily until things open back up. Madam President, allow me to go to the 2021 NIB report. The financial year, July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, was in some respects a difficult one as public health measures on a local and international level continued to combat the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Like many employers, the NIB TT maintained measures to ensure social distancing, implemented frequent sanitization, as well as limit the number of persons coming in and out of various locations. So, Madam President, my first point one is that the NIB does not measure unemployment. The CSO does. On top of which, as the NIB report stated, many of their workers, or they were also affected, so their workers had to stay at home, which means that there was not a constant update of the data coming in to NIB because persons were making payments through checks, through boxes, as well as we have an aging population. And the NIB report also stated that it cannot be overstated that the demographic realities of an aging population in Trinidad and Tobago are producing a declining pool of our labor and hence contributing to the NIS while simultaneously increasing the number of persons of pensionable age. So that as well, Madam President, was one of the reasons why there was such a huge decrease in NIS contributions. It was because we had persons being at home, not receiving a salary, or employers being innovative enough to try and keep staff members on and delaying the payment of NIS contributions and taxes. Right. So basically, right. So when we look at where this bill fits in, because of our aging population, this bill comes in at a perfect time because we now have a contracting labor force and we now have to seek ways to fill the contracting labor force. Madam President, so I just want to ask the opposition, anyone making a contribution from here on out, please state the facts, please use the right figures and use the right reports when stating your facts. Please do not give the people of Trinidad and Tobago any false information. So, Madam President, subsequent to the Treaty of Chaguaramas in 1973, which gave birth to CARICOM and the Declaration of Member States to participate in CARICOM, CSME continues to evolve, and the necessity to update and amend our legislation coincides with the inevitable evolution that cannot go unnoticed. The movement of persons within the community, and specifically holders of CSME certificates, is vital to unlock the richness within the region. This creates a vibrancy and cohesiveness that represents true community integration and an invaluable mix that promotes shared value for the community. For there to be increased competitiveness of our goods and services, the peoples of the community must be able to move for business, employment, and to benefit from the rights offered under the CSME regime. The amendments to the parent legislation piloted since last week into today comes after it has been recognized that specific aspects of the law need specific adjustments. CSME evolves as we look forward to make adjustments, to make the needed adjustments as a member of the CARICOM. Trinidad and Tobago must uphold our responsibilities of the community. At present, holders of CSME certificates are permitted to have free movement of skills and labor, free movement of goods, services, capital, and the right to establishment. Essentially, the CSME removes economic restrictions from allowing CARICOM nationals to establish a business, allowing CARICOM nationals to establish a business in any participating CARICOM member state, therefore providing CARICOM nationals access to business opportunities in abundantly diverse interregional markets, allowing the expansion of opportunities. CSME certificate holders can bring along their spouses or dependent family members to the country in which they move to. Madam President, allow me to address some more specific clauses to bring my contribution into context. The purpose of the amendments is to allow among other things, is to expand the categories of skilled nationals from other qualifying Caribbean community states to enter Trinidad and Tobago under the CSME regime. What this does, Madam President, is not only impact our economy in a positive way, but it also represents our continued commitment to the CARICOM community. Allow me to refer to Clause 7 of the bill, Madam President, where Clause 7 would amend Sections 5 of the Act by revoking subsections 2 and substituting it with subsections 2A, B, C, and D. Subsections 2A, B, and C would allow the minister with the responsibility of immigration to revoke the status of a permitted entrant in certain circumstances, and subsection 2D would allow the minister with responsibility for immigration to revoke the permissions granted under the Act, where the certificate is deemed to be invalid by the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Madam President, under the current Act, Section 5, subsection 2 gives the minister with responsibility for immigration, who at this time can be identified as the Minister of National Security, the power to revoke permission granted where the person is the subject to an order made against him for his extradition, deportation, or other form of surrender only. It means, therefore, the proposed amendments operate in such a manner to expand the categories to which the minister can revoke permission granted, and these grounds, of course, protect us as a member state by enabling us to cooperate with other member states in the interest of all parties. This expands to not only persons subject to deportation or extradition order, but also by operation of subsection 2B, C, and D, persons deemed to be a threat to our national security, persons who pose a serious health threat in Trinidad and Tobago, and persons who present invalid certificates. However, Madam President, with the proposed inclusion of subsections 4, 5, and 6, where this speaks to the minister being required to, prior to revoking any permission under Section 3, which were granted, written notice of his intention must be given. This is an added barrier to avoid revocations being done in an ad hoc manner, as it is recognized that with the free movement of persons granted permission, life is taking place, business is taking place, as the sole purpose of being granted permission under the CSME skilled certificate regime was specifically for those types of activities to be conducted. Madam President, permit me to direct you to the proposed inclusion of Section 7, which is Clause 10 of the current Act, the new Sections 7A, 7B, and 7C. This, Madam President, speaks to the establishment of a Caribbean Community Skilled National Register, which would be required to be maintained by a senior officer assigned by the Minister with the responsibility of maintaining the CSME register. The establishment of the CSME register would operate in essence to centralize and standardize the unit with responsibility for maintaining the register of persons granted access under CSME. The inclusions of the new section in the Act make provisions for restriction or disclosure of information obtained unless provisions are made for disclosure under another written law. Further, the registrar is responsible for not only maintaining the records of persons granted, they are also responsible for replacing lost, stolen, or destroyed certificates, removing ambiguity in the process of having certificates replaced. Madam President, Clause 11 of the bill seeks to amend Sections 8.1 of the Act, which indicates the qualifications nationals will have to possess in order to obtain a CSME certificate. The proposed amendment will remove paragraphs A, B, C, and F. Paragraph E would also be removed and substituted with a new paragraph E that would allow for the issuance of a skilled certificate where the issuing authority has been accredited by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago, and the certificate is recommended to be issued by the University of the West Indies. The amendments also make provision for non-academic qualifications, as it is recognized that skilled-based needs are also an invaluable asset, as it is a known fact that successful entrepreneurs are birthed also through non-academic development. This, Madam President, leads me to Clause 7 of the bill. Madam President, under the current Act, persons who are university graduates, artists, musicians, media workers, and sports persons are allowed to come in and work. These fields, specifically musicians and artists, allow for the re-emergence of the rich musical and artistic culture of Trinidad and Tobago. With the recognition that there is a need for expansion of these areas, the proposed amendment makes provisions for expansion of the specific categories of skilled persons which are identified under Schedule 3 of the proposed amendment to include a professional nurse, teacher, and, well, a lot of the new categories were mentioned by senators who spoke before me. This amendment will have a positive impact on individuals and the community at large, as this permits additional persons entry, reducing the rate of illegal immigrants and persons entering our borders and overstaying their time to work illegally. However, it ensures that we as a country are protected by imported, skilled, and qualified persons to fulfill respective shortages. With this being said, the amendments being debated today stand to broaden the categories which are valid for the obtaining of a CSME certificate. I strongly believe that we can only stand to benefit from including these groups in the rich opportunities Trinidad and Tobago has to offer. The expansion allows our agricultural sector to flourish. This would mean that we are given further reason to avoid foreign imports and turn towards our local producers. Additionally, many of our hospitals, especially in the recent pandemic, have reported being understaffed, and an influx of nurses into our country can lessen the strain on our healthcare system. This will allow for every patient that enters our hospital to receive the adequate assistance and attention they deserve. Clause 17, Madam President, amends Section 16 of the Parent Act by increasing the penalties for persons guilty of an offense under the Act from 6 months to 5 years imprisonment, and a summary conviction fine from $5,000 to $100,000. According to American economist Gary Becker, crime is committed if utility is high. In other words, if the benefits seem to be in surplus, the act is more likely to be committed. By increasing the fines and the term of imprisonment, there is now a higher probability that the CARICOM nationals will reconsider committing any form of fraud or crime as it pertains to this bill. In conclusion, Madam President, these amendments come at a time where it has become necessary to make changes as the needs and prerequisites of the CSME access requires adjustment. These changes will improve processes and procedures, allowing for proper access and management that is within the best interests of our nationals. It permits us to fill gaps in certain sectors that has been visible shortages, allowing easier and new creative businesses and increasing employability amongst nationals and member states. With those few words, I thank you, Madam President.
Senator John.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to join the debate on the amendments to the Immigration Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Act. Madam President, last Tuesday, when the Honourable Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs introduced this amendment bill, he remarked that debates relating to the CSME are generally public-spirited in nature, noble, cerebral, and aimed at the overall good of our region. And we on the opposition bench agree with him, because I looked particularly at the Hansard of 2001 and 2003, which the Honourable Minister also referenced, and that was under two different administrations, but they had the same intentions with two quite capable ministers. Madam President, that, it appears, was a different time, as I've taken keen note of the contributions by members on the government side who, it seems, want to rewrite the history or the reality of the country. And for those who tend to disagree or have another point of view, of course, it's all about maybe the cancel culture. Madam President, to quote very briefly the Honourable Minister of Trade, she spoke in response to Senator Wade Mark's presentation. Again, we want to talk about architects. You were talking about architects and so on. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs would have referenced that he stood on the shoulders of the various prime ministers, starting from Dr. Eric Williams, right to the current Prime Minister, and that is a correct recounting of what has happened with this entire integration movement. It is an ongoing process. It started, yes, with one or the first Prime Minister we have had, and it has been going along, and each Prime Minister have had their part to play. So it is ironic that the Honourable Minister of Trade chose to miss the point that the very parent Act 26 of 1996, Immigration Caribbean Community Skilled National Act, Chapter 1803, was piloted in 1996 and passed then, and then the first amendment Act, which is Act 6 of 2001, was all piloted and passed during the Pandey administration, Madam President. So it is not who did more, who did most. It's really the fact that everybody, more or less, when they find themselves in particular position, they do what they have to do, as the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs is doing today, because Minister Mavin Assam in 2001 faced a similar issue where they had the administrative part in place, but they did not have the legislation. And today the Minister of Foreign Affairs has said that they have the legislation in place, and what they are doing now is to trigger the administrative part of that, of the bill. So, Madam President, in just kind of setting the record straight, then Minister Assam, when he piloted some amendments in 2001, he gave an overview of the entire coming into being of the Caribbean Heads of Government Conference in 1989, where there was a declaration called the Grand Anne's Declaration. So you have all these declarations because, of course, the movement moves across the Caribbean, whether it's the Treaty of Chaguaramas or some whatever in St. Anne's, etc. So all this had to do with the subsidy at the time in respect of the Caribbean Common Market. The review, which was mandated, envisaged a complete overhaul of the relationship within the community, and that was in 2001. And coming forward now to 2022, because, sorry, I just need to go back again, Madam President, because at that time in 2001, under the Pandey government, it was, they had administrative arrangement to be put in place to ensure that the spirit of what was called Protocol 2, because there were several protocols, but Protocol 2, which dealt with the free movement of persons, that had not been actioned. So the particular law was supposed, therefore, to some extent, inconsistent with existing immigration law at the time. They had some conflict. So as a consequence, the piece of legislation had really never been proclaimed, although it was debated and passed. And at that time, they had very good-spirited, fatigue within the chamber. But as Mr. Manning at the time, who was leader of the opposition, declared then, the government will have the opposition could have its say, but the government would have its way with the majority. And I'm sure that is what is going to happen here today. So, Madam President, the Minister Browne said that the bill was long overdue, and his government, through its commitment to regional integration movement, would have taken the requisite step to prioritize the Caribbean single market and economy, including that free movement which one has been trying to sort out to ensure that it is a seamless process, I think, since then. And basically, they had some 27th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM in July 2006. And then in 2007, they had another meeting because these meetings are quite frequent. And they moved the list of categories from 5 to 10 in terms of the categories of people or workers which would have been approved to come to, well, for this cross-border seamless movement. And Madam President, even to the senator who just preceded me, relative to the data regarding the level of unemployment in this country, or the availability of jobs, as it were, I think some folks are living in an alternative universe, because I cannot see that as a point of debate or a point of contention, Honorable Madam President, because it is a known fact that we have a shortage of jobs in the country at this point in time. Whatever the basis for it, there is a shortage of jobs. And basically, that must be taken into consideration if indeed we are talking about opening up our borders, not only for persons with specific qualifications, but for domestic workers and security guards, agricultural workers, and a category called artisans. And Madam President, this category called artisans is a catch-all category, as it were, because it is described as, the artisans are described as, is a skilled workman or craftsman. And by this ISCO 08, which is an international standard of classification of occupation, gives the following description: craft and related trade workers apply their specific knowledge and skills in the fields of mining and construction, form metal, erect metal structures, set machine tools, or make, fit, maintain, and 24-hour repair machinery, equipment or tools, carry out printed work as well as produce or process foodstuffs, textile, or wooden, metal, and other articles, including handicrafts. The work, this was not a dictionary, this came from one of these CSME booklet. The work is carried out by hand and by hand-powered and other tools that are used to reduce the amount of physical effort and time required for specific tasks, as well as to improve the quality of the products. Madam President, and it went on. And so what I'm saying is this category called artisan It went on. This person could work in minerals, construction, maintaining and repairing buildings and other structures, casting, welding, and shaping metals, installing and erecting heavy metal structures, tackle and related equipment, making machinery, tools, equipment, and other metal articles. Speak about electrical and electronic equipment and other equipment, molding, precision instrument, jewelry, household, and other precious metal articles, pottery, glass, and related products. So it is everything that is classified within, that is rarely described within this category of artisan. So it means that everybody and anybody with the passage of this bill can now come into Trinidad and Tobago. And I think that is the point that Senator Deyalsingh was making and my colleagues prior, that we cannot just open our borders without knowing, number one, how many workers in a particular category that we need. It's not just a matter of, we want to be part of this, what Prime Minister Motley described as a coalition of the willing. Willing to do what? If we don't have the jobs and we don't have the capacity, we cannot be willing to do it at this time, particularly coming on the end of this major pandemic, which is still ongoing, by the way, Madam President. So I cannot agree with those on the government side who are declaring that in the interest of deepening the movement at this point in time, we just open our borders to categories as agricultural workers, agricultural workers, artisans, domestic workers, etc., security guards, because these are skill sets or workers that can be found right here. Madam President, the Minister of Foreign Affairs referenced the EU in his presentation. And the EU really, yes, they have the freedom of movement, but really this was, what did they do? They fill jobs that are available. That is what the movement of free jobs, the free movement of jobs is supposed to engender. So if there are jobs, then they come to fill it. We don't know if there are jobs because there is no data to tell us so. Because the CSO is not working. I don't know the last time we'd have had any credible data coming out of the CSO. And Madam President, again, in going back to the context in 2001, the rationale for the decision on the free movement of skilled persons lay in the acceptance of the fact that in order to achieve the objectives of the Caribbean single market and economy, that is closer integration of the market of member states of the community and the eventual fashion of a single market in the region, those factors of production susceptible of movement must be allowed to move within the community. And that's true, which means free movement of labor. But it's a question of supply and demand. If it has no jobs, then the labor cannot move. And we can only, as Senator Nakhid said, all politics is local. Without the data, we cannot say that, yes, we agree to opening our borders. Madam President, free movement deals allow workers to migrate from countries where jobs are scarce to others where jobs are many. So it's a sort of exchange to others where jobs are many. I don't know if the government side can tell us that jobs are many here and where labor is in short supply. In recent years, workers, for instance, in European countries, which have been hit hardest by the Eurozone crisis, have been heading north to other places to find employment, and maybe there are jobs there. But in this bill, we have to understand that our debt to GDP is approximately 90% and climbing. We have little or no job opportunities for our citizens, the youths in particular. We are facing very steep increases in foodstuff, and very soon to face increases in fuel, electricity, and water. And we are inviting people to come into our borders. How are they going to survive? Is it that we are going to create another issue? It can't just be sung and dance and be sung and excited about it, and we are not looking at the social problems when we already have a lot of social issues and fallout, not only from the pandemic, even prior to that. Madam President, I don't know if the Minister is aware that there's a trend in recent years, because the domestic workers are listed, where towards an increase in migrant among domestic workers. the overwhelming majority of whom are women. Now, I heard again Senator Deyalsingh spoke about the Cuban nurses, better nurses, I think it was, he said, and he should know because that is his area of work. Similarly, you have preferences in domestic workers in certain areas in the country in terms of where they come from. But these workers, Madam President, are exposed to exploitation and abuse due to several factors, including the lack of recognition of their work as a proper job as a result of gender stereotyping. Their heavy dependence on the employer, especially if they live in the employer's house, because many times, you know, we are saying, okay, we are going to open our borders and folks are going to come in and they are going to pay their NIS and their taxes, etc. But sometimes we have a big informal sector where workers are in employers' houses and really they can't come out, they can't get out to do anything. And domestic workers are faced many times with these issues. Sometimes that is due to a lack of clear legal protection. Furthermore, many migrant domestic workers are particularly vulnerable because they have the irregular situation or the undeclared nature of their work. Mr. Vice President, however, even those who choose to stay, even those who stay in employment are fully legal. They are vulnerable also because general legislation is not adapted to their needs, and specific legislation where it exists often provides them with less protection than other categories of workers. So, Mr. Vice President, on the national level, there is need for legislation that provides the same standard of rights for, I'm talking particularly about domestic workers who tend to be vulnerable as for other categories of workers. It might be necessary to address some of their specific vulnerabilities within this legislation or some other piece of legislation, because these are real things happening now. Because without these specific points being used as an excuse to restrict the rights of these workers, above all, there is a need to overcome the obstacles stemming from excessively restrictive immigration legislation applied to migrant domestic workers, such as restriction on their right to change their employer or occupational sector. So this must be clearly spelled out to ensure that these folks are not really taken advantage of in people's home. Mr. Vice President, yesterday I observed the Honourable Minister Browne at a press conference yesterday stated that the amendments is in recognition that no one country can stand alone in a globalized world. A study was done in Europe, he referenced, for the European Parliament, and it showed that between the years 2010 and 2018, their free movement regime did not displace nationals from employment, nor did it cause an increase in unemployment in any of the destination countries. We don't know because no data has been put before this Parliament. And Minister Browne went on, he said, so contrary to the UNC perception, records actually show that unemployment decreases within national population when there is a regional free movement regime, end quote. Mr. Vice President, I wish the Honourable Minister will provide us with the data to which he refers, because notwithstanding what he says, and this is not a reflection at all on him, on the Honourable Minister, but this version of the PNM party is not trusted by anyone, because what they say is not what they do, and what they say is not what they mean. So it is our right to be suspicious and skeptical. And I endorse Senator Mark's conclusion that the bill falls far short of what is expected at this time and what we should be implementing at this time and what we should be debating, quite frankly, at this time. The concerns and needs of Trinidad and Tobago must first be urgently addressed. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Attorney General.
May I ask how much time we have in speaking in this House, please?
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Much obliged, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to contribute in the Senate to this debate. I thank the Honourable Minister for piloting this legislation, which I know has been very close to his heart in the role and function that he operates in. I've listened to the contributions coming from honourable members, certainly on the last occasion and again on today's sitting. And I must, Mr. Vice President, say what this bill is not only about, but what it articulates around. You see, Mr. Vice President, it's important in answering the xenophobic contributions coming from the members of the opposition in particular, that we articulate where the law that is proposed by this bill, these 19 clauses, comes from. Why is there an obligation to perform same? What is rational and proportionate about that law? Why that legitimate aim is one which is one that we ought to support as a country. Now, Mr. Vice President, if I were to characterize the submissions coming from honourable senators on the opposition bench, I think it plain to say, as in earlier contributions, that the submission is one from that bench which approbates and reprobates. If you listen to Senator Lyder's contributions included, for instance, you're opening floodgates, people are going to come, and then the latter half of his contribution is, well, why would they come? Because there are no jobs. If you listen to the submissions coming from the Honourable Senator Nakhid, they included some push and pull factors, socioeconomic considerations. About, quite correctly, the Honourable Senator put on the table squarely the issue of jobs and certainty, and he focused correctly from where he comes from on the East-West corridor. I join him in acknowledging that socioeconomic considerations are indeed a factor that we must bear in mind. If you listen to Senator John last in reflecting upon the need for data and in CSO data, Senator John reflected upon whether we in fact are going to be a market where people are going to be attracted to coming. And again, joining the colleagues on her bench, made the submission that there's no real pull factor to Trinidad and Tobago because effectively, as the opposition puts it, there's no opportunity here. But Mr. Vice President, I must say that this bill is not about opening the doors to Trinidad and Tobago's economy. Simply, it is also about opening doors of the rest of the CARICOM for persons in Trinidad and Tobago. And as I said a little bit earlier in anchoring where this law comes from, I must remind, if you go to the Caribbean community and you go to their own website, you'll know that they say, in reflecting upon what articulates around the Caribbean community, that is the broader aspect, that there are 20 countries, 15 members, 5 associate members, comprising 16 million people. When you anchor that as a need for diversification and access to the CARICOM market, Trinidad and Tobago has a natural competitive advantage, which many other societies complain about. If you look to where we are in terms of the price of electricity, in terms of water, in terms of labor, our counterparts in other parts of the Caribbean often reflect, if you look to the manufacturing sector, they say that Trinidad and Tobago has a natural and unfair competitive advantage. Now, how can we seriously say that we are, if you accept the opposition submissions, we're going to be xenophobic? Don't open the door. Go on Senator Mark's contribution and say, it is all about voter padding and it's a Pandora's box for electioneering and gerrymandering. Or go down to the submissions to say that this is going to be Trinidad and Tobago a pull factor completely ignoring the fact that we are in an obligation to allow our citizens opportunities in other territories, particularly when you consider that there's 16 million people in that territory. If you go on to including the market in the Dominican Republic alone, Mr. Vice President, and you look to the gateway access of overseas territories as well, we are obliged, if we are to diversify our economy as we are doing and have been doing, away from an oil and gas plantation economy into other sectors, including the manufacturing sector, the insurance and services sector, Mr. Vice President. It is critical for us to balance the equation. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me remind, this is not a concept that has not been considered. In 1958, as Senator Deyalsingh reflected, in that period, 1958 to 1962, we flirted with and established a federation in the woodwork and network of where we live. Mr. Vice President, we have CARIFTA established in 1965. We have the Caribbean Community in 1973, 48 years ago. And to listen to the opposition come here and say that there is discrimination and that these are concepts that we should not buy on to and promote, Mr. Vice President, tells me that the members of the opposition have not even bothered to reflect upon the laws of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And permit me to say that they all have access to the online laws of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. There are 21 listed laws, Mr. Vice President, and there's one not listed there, but which is an Act of Parliament yet to be numbered. That Act of Parliament is Act number 2 of 2005. But listen to what we have on the laws of Trinidad and Tobago and which laws this bill articulates with. The Caribbean Agricultural Research and Development Institute, the Caribbean Aviation Training Institute, the Caribbean Community CARICOM Costa Rica Free Trade, the Caribbean Community CARICOM Cuba Trade and Economic Cooperation, the Caribbean Community CARICOM Dominican Republic Free Trade, the Caribbean Community CARICOM Regional Organization for Standards and Quality, the Caribbean Community Development Loans and Guarantee, the Caribbean Court of Justice, the Caribbean Court of Justice Headquarters, the Caribbean Court of Justice Trust Fund, the Caribbean Development Bank, the Caribbean Examinations Council, the Caribbean Examinations Council Privileges and Immunities, the Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute, the Caribbean Food Corporation, the Caribbean Industrial Research Institute, the Caribbean Investment Corporation, the Caribbean Investment Fund, the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, the CARICOM Enterprise, and of course, Act number 5 of 2005. Mr. Vice President, if you listen to the members of the opposition, none of those laws exist. And we are to sit as a twin island state apart from the CARICOM. But Mr. Vice President, the Caribbean Community Act, which is reflected upon in the parent law, which we amend today by this bill in the 19 clauses. The Caribbean Community Act, Chapter 8111, very short act, puts the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas into our law. And the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas is critically important to this debate. Because, Mr. Vice President, if you look to the Caribbean Community Act itself, which the bill articulates around, you will see that there's a definition of the CARICOM single market economy established by the treaty. Mr. Vice President, in it, the minister is allowed the power of regulations. We heard Senator Mark ask why the minister should have power. It's in the parent laws that articulate with this bill. But Mr. Vice President, Senator Mark is no stranger or newcomer to the Parliament. Surely he has read the Caribbean context of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas in Chapter 8111. They say in the Caribbean community context articulating with this law, in the event of any inconsistencies between the provisions of this Act and the operation of any other law, the provisions of this Act shall prevail. To the extent of inconsistency, that is a very powerful legislative statement, Mr. Vice President, which came into effect the 23rd of May 2005. Mr. Vice President, when we look to the obligations to amend the law now before us, I sit as a member of the Legal Affairs Committee of CARICOM pursuant to Article 18 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. Having chaired that committee whilst Prime Minister Rowley was the head of CARICOM, it is incumbent upon me to say, we have a positive obligation pursuant to the Treaty of Chaguaramas. We have a positive obligation pursuant to Article 35 and Article 45 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas to make the amendments that we do now. And when we look to the preamble of the Treaty of Chaguaramas, since 1973, 48 years ago, Mr. Vice President, there was a commitment to deepening regional economic integration, a commitment to enhance the participation of peoples, to promote in the community, a conscious reflection that we are to be fully integrated and liberalized with an internal market, that there's a desire for establishing and maintaining sound and stable macroeconomic environment, that we recognize further the importance of establishing the CSME, that we were mindful that further benefits are to be expected from the establishment of the CSME ought not to be frustrated by anti-competitive business conduct or preventative or restrictive or distortive competition. That we are convinced that the application and convergence of national competition policies, etc., are elements to promote the objectives of the CSME. But Mr. Vice President, when you look at the principle of establishment, because that's what this amendment in the package of amendments in this bill is about, it is about anchoring the principle in law of establishment. And there are 4 pillars around which the CARICOM has been built and which the CSME is anchored. And obviously it includes things like the freedom of movement of our people, Mr. Vice President. And that's what we are talking about today in the amendments. We're talking about contingent rights for spouses of people with free will. We heard Senator Mark quite spectacularly ask, what does an artisan mean? Mr. Vice President, it is defined in the schedule to the very law that Senator Mark is debating, is participating in, because an artisan is defined in relation to the schedule. And the skills have to be underwritten by the CVQ. We had a member of the UNC bench fired by the leader of the opposition, Fazal Karim, very bright and capable and lovely gentleman, who was the pioneer of pushing CVQ and technical vocation and skill centers, but all of that seems to have left the United National Congress when that good gentleman was unceremoniously not returned. So, Mr. Vice President, I remind that the schedule to the parent law that we are amending is part of this consideration. And when you look to the schedule, you will see that an artisan in item G of Schedule 3 is someone to be qualified with a Caribbean vocational qualification. Now, Mr. Vice President, these are not things which arose out of the blue. By way of cabinet minute in 2008, which honorable members opposite, when they held the corridors of power in the period 2010 to 2015, they ought to know that the CARICOM Single Market and Economy, the CSME, specifically required the expansion of categories, and artisans were included with CVQ qualifications since 2008. But if you listen to Senator Mark, we've just invented it all of a sudden. We have to condescend to defining the position. It's been there in the law for over a decade. Mr. Vice President, and honorable senators opposite have an obligation to be truthful and accurate in their submissions. And Mr. Vice President, that is to be underwritten by further cabinet minutes. There was one in 2009 where we anchored again the broadening of the Caribbean national eligibility within CSME to include domestics with CVQ qualifications, that is Caribbean vocational qualifications, and where we included legal spouse. So when we deal with the contingent rights today that this bill offers us to consider, Mr. Vice President, when we deal with the rights and privileges of spouses, be they entrants in the context of a 6-month permission or an indefinite permission, Mr. Vice President, we are today broadening the category, the rights and privileges, not in a one-way check valve environment. Let me explain that. When you're dealing with water or oil and gas, there's something called a check valve. And if it's a one-way valve, it means the water can only go in one direction. This bill is not a bill to allow only people to come into Trinidad and Tobago. It is to give us the equivalence to go elsewhere. Mr. Vice President, how do we propose to build a first-class tourism industry when we can't land in Jamaica, which has an equivalent to this law? When in Jamaica you have anchored in the sandals context the ability to have training in a first-class environment in a school, in training in positions. Why should our nationals who want to come back to Trinidad and Tobago to be first-class hoteliers, to drive a tourism industry of the type that we want for Tobago as we build an airport in Tobago of international standards, as we deal with marinas, as we deal with facilities, why should we allow the UNC to tell us, no, our nationals ought not to be in a situation where they can access the CARICOM market, all 16 million people around us, to have service industry experience without fetter, so that their wives and children and dependents, be it older parents, be it people who are dependent, why should we say that they should not have the ability to go into the rest of the CARICOM? Why is there a myopia coming from the opposition bench? It reminds me of the myopic statements of Trinidad and Tobago is not an ATM, famously attributed to the leader of the opposition, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Well, we dissociate ourselves from that point of view and from that myopia, and we reject it out of hand. The same way we reject Senator Mark pretending that he does not know what an artisan is, or that it has not been a feature of the law since 2008. At least in its most recent amendment. Mr. Vice President, in the articles of establishment, in the right of establishment, Mr. Vice President, there are prohibitions against new restrictions on the right of establishment, none of which apply to the circumstances that we're looking for today. So, Mr. Vice President, let's look to the positions of the bill. We looked at Clause 4. What time is full time, if I may ask? 4:22?
4:24.
4:24. When we looked at Clause 4, and we're saying that we wish to have the certificate of recognition such as set out in Schedule 2, I'll just say that that is no change to the law. That is what the schedule actually was. But in putting the definition of CSME in fact, that really ought to have been done since 2005. Because in 2005, and then later on, when we dealt with the amendments to other laws, Mr. Vice President, specifically when we dealt with the Caribbean Community Removal of Restrictions Act number 2 of 2005, where we removed certain positions. And I want to say that 2005 Act anchored in Trinidad and Tobago in several laws, including the Immigration Act, including the Foreign Investment Act, including a number of laws, the customs and excise provisions. We anchored a definition of a national of Trinidad and Tobago to include a CARICOM national from a member state. So if you listen to the opposition, don't do this bill It is something that is antagonistic to the development of Trinidad and Tobago. It is something suspicious. Well then, Mr. Vice President, why was it in the period 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and 3 months extra in the 5 years and 3 months, the opposition didn't repeal all of these laws? Why? Is it akin perhaps to their refusal to support the CCJ? Is it as inane a submission as saying, let us have the Privy Council only deal with civil matters of the type where the leader of the opposition then as Prime Minister forgot that there were no reservations to the Treaty of the Chagaramas of that type? Mr. Vice President, you know what that translates itself to? Make it up as you go. Bramble, invent, frighten people. We heard some of the senators of it. We heard Senator Nakhid, in parts of his contribution, say, why are you talking about prostitution? Who is talking about prostitution? It was Senator Leida right there to his left who raised the issue of prostitution. Senator Leida, I confess, is someone I know very well. I consider him a friend. He's a CARICOM man. He's invested in many CARICOM territories and can speak to the benefit and profit that he makes, for instance, in Antigua, in Curacao, in Barbuda, in Jamaica, as he is an active businessman, as he's entitled to be in the sale of alcohol and the distribution of factors. He's an excellent businessman. But he is someone that can speak to the benefit of CARICOM integration.
All right, Senator Leida. You good now?
I'll give way to my friend if he wishes. Would Senator Leida, I give way to you?
Senator Leida. Senator Leida, the AG is giving way. Continue.
So, I want to be fair to you. Okay, you wish to say nothing, no problems. So, Mr. Vice President, I am not making any pejorative statement of Senator Leida. He's a respectable businessman, and I commend him for his acumen. He didn't get here by mistake. He is somebody that has done well for himself, and I salute him in that regard. Let me make it abundantly clear, my regard for Senator Leida. But what I'm saying in the context of this debate and in the Honorable Senator's submissions is that that good senator, a respectable businessman, can speak to the merits of the legislation before us now, because we're talking about regional access. We're talking about broadening sales and distributions. I am confident that anybody engaged in the type of business that some senators are accustomed to, and Senator Leida, as a sharp businessman, would know what I'm about to say, that the CARICOM market is the difference between make or break. Sales in the rest of the region, the right to establish a business in any other part of the region is how regional enterprise grows. It allows cross-listing on the stock exchange. It allows growth. It allows structure. So I will say that I expect that my friend Senator Leida is entitled to have reservations on the law which he has put forward, but I think that he, like me, can at any point in time also agree that there's a lot of merit inside of legislation. The question is which way we take the perspective. And Mr. Vice President, when we look to the anchoring by Clause 4 of the CSME, it's an important factor to understand. Look at what we're doing in Clause 4. We're putting that a principal beneficiary means a national of a qualifying Caribbean community state who has exercised one or more of its primary rights to move, live, and seek employment in another qualifying community state. That is a right for Trinidad and Tobago citizens to go to Jamaica, to go to Barbados, to go to Antigua, to go to wherever they may choose to test and plumb the opportunities that may present themselves. Mr. Vice President, as a result of Clause 5 and the amendments we propose in repealing and replacing clauses sections 3 and 4 of the legislation, I'd just like to flag that there are a few amendments that I have suggested to the drafters, which will come to at committee stage.
5 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. And in relation to that, we're just anchoring down that with respect to indefinite permission to stay and 6 months permission to stay, that it is critical for us to allow for the contingent rights, which, by the way, we are obliged to further consider as we operate upon enhanced cooperation, which is before the CARICOM heads at present, that these contingent rights are now amplified by the other clauses of the bill, where we monitor all persons by virtue of the creation of a register for the first time, to have a registrar for the first time, to allow for due process to be added to the law. Because before, there was no need to show cause why you should have your status revoked. And therefore, providing, as we do, a show cause provision, as we do, Mr. Vice President, in this bill, we are now providing for a better form of cooperation that anchors itself in proportionality in law. And that is to be found in Clause 7, Mr. Vice President. Now, Mr. Vice President, permit me to touch briefly upon the issue of voter padding. Senator Browne, the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, I listened to what he had to say. He never hinged his argument upon the fact that it had to be 5 years. He was reflecting upon the fact that under the Representation of the People's Act, the Representation of the People's Act says that you are entitled to vote if you are a resident under the provisions of the Immigration Act. And if you look to Section 5.1 of the Immigration Act provides for a number of circumstances for one to become a resident, but there is a process to go through. One of those processes is that you are not only within 12 months there, but that one of the circumstances is that you've been continuously resident for 5 years. And whilst there are other permutations and combinations, I'd just like to say, if the argument coming from the opposition now is that all of a sudden you will have voter padding, then I want to know what was the position since 1973 when we signed on to the Treaty of Chaguaramas, and what was the position since 2005, Mr. Vice President, and what was the position since the 10th of August 2001 when we created Chapter 1803, which is this law that we seek to amend, the Immigration Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Act. Since 2001, 21 years ago, we allowed for persons to enter our territory, and if you accept their argument at the highest, the opposition's argument, this position was allowed to continue for 21 years. So to raise the specter of voter padding, of gerrymandering, etc., is to be rejected out of hand, Mr. Vice President. Out of hand. Mr. Vice President, in terms of further amendments, I know that the Minister will speak to some of the amendments to the schedule that we wish to engage in addition to clauses 13 and the insertion of a new clause to treat with an amendment to Section 10A of the Act, which is really just as a result of harmonization. But permit me, Mr. Vice President, to say this law is clearly good law. It serves the legitimate aim and purpose of bringing into life our obligation under the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, our obligation under the rights of establishment, our obligation under enhanced cooperation. It is to be met by other amendments, as I alert now, that we'll be bringing amendments to treat with arbitration, further aspects that we have already brought into harmony for public procurement, etc., Mr. Vice President. We are pro-CARICOM. We are pro-integration. We are pro-establishing an enlarged CARICOM and economic community in a single market, which is beneficial to the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And I end by saying we reject myopia and we reject xenophobia. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I am simply amazed at the stupefying irony of a man who changed his name from Sukaran, calling me xenophobic. The Attorney General of the government of Trinidad.
1 second, please, members. No, Senator Roberts, we don't allow that phraseology which you just used to open your contribution. No, Senator Roberts. Senator, no, not that. Please, just don't go down that road. Continue your contribution, but do not go down that road.
Thank you, sir. Let me, please, I will continue, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Roberts, there's a standing order being raised.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I rise now not on 48.1, but on 44.4 and 44.6, and also 46.4 and 46.6. Because, Mr. Vice President, to say I've changed my name is not only an unadulterated untruth, but it is to go to the basis level of disgusting behavior, Mr. Vice President.
Okay, so, Attorney General, I've ruled on that. I've warned the Senator. Senator, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Emotions running high with a lot of hair dye. Dominican Republic, the last time I checked...
Senator Roberts. We are not going down that road. I'm not going to repeat the phrase. There's no need to go down that road. Just continue the contribution and leave out what I usually refer to when I'm in the chair as the extra seasoning. There's no need for it. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We don't have extra seasoning because we don't have $2 for condiments. But the Honorable Attorney General stated in his presentation that our people could look to opportunities in the Dominican Republic. The last time I checked in 2013, November, CARICOM suspended the application for full membership of the Dominican Republic because of their treatment of Haitian migrants. So I would like the Attorney General or any minister who's coming after to please correct the record, because I don't see in this bill that any national of Trinidad and Tobago will be able to get any job in the Dominican Republic. And for an Attorney General to be discussing a bill on CARICOM and not understand what is observer status as opposed to full status speaks for itself. Clearly, the Attorney General is neither a good businessman nor a good Attorney General. Senator Leida does business. He invests capital in CARICOM and territories. This bill does not deal with capital investment.
Being raised.
46.6.
Okay, so Senator Roberts, just like I said, I've cautioned you before in the references to members in the way that you're referencing them. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Honorable Attorney General said and stated right here just a few moments ago that my honorable colleague, Senator Leida, the great businessman that he is, that he invests money and has businesses across the Caribbean, which is very true. But this bill that we're debating here, sir, as you eloquently put it, is not about investment in capital investment or opportunities in the Caribbean. This bill deals with human beings. So I'm not sure what the Attorney General was talking about or trying to debate. This bill, Senator Leida could have stood up on 46.1 when the Attorney General was debating and stopped him for relevance. But Senator Leida believes in free speech, no matter how irrelevant and nonsensical a contribution. So Senator Leida also has assured me that when he comes into cabinet, when this PNM government, we see the back of you all very shortly, that he certainly will never sit in cabinet and rent out his own building. The Attorney General just commended a UNC member of Parliament.
Senator Roberts, yes, sir. You are, in your contribution, along certain lines, slipping in certain comments that would, let me finish, that would put you in breach of certain standing orders. Again, I'm now going to warn you, just be careful how you slip in those comments in your contribution. Continue.
Mr. Vice President, I'm very confused because I'm slipping in truth. I'm not slipping in any comment. It's a fact. The Attorney General commended the former Minister Faris Al-Rawi and the UNC for their work with this bill. And then the Minister of Trade and Industry simultaneously says in this debate that the UNC did nothing. So I'm not sure if the left hand knows what the right hand is doing. And the Attorney General spoke about a first-class hotel school and sandals and all of this and the opportunities. Yet he's the Attorney General in the government that shut down the Trinidad and Tobago Hotel Institute. So where exactly are we getting these great trained individuals to take part in this burgeoning in tourism industry? The Immigration Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Amendment Bill 2022. Very long title. Really? But under the PNM for 6.5 torturous years, our citizens' skills have been thwarted, stunted, and dulled by lack of investment in education, skills development, and training, illustrated by the drastic cuts in GATE funding from $726 million by the Kamla Persad-Bissessar government in 2014 to a mere $320 million in 2021, cutting down the students and the individuals who would gain opportunities at education and therefore be in an advantageous position to take advantage of this bill and its passage here today. 59,000 students under Kamla Persad-Bissessar were benefiting annually from GATE, to a paltry now under the PNM, 28,000. 31,000 less human beings who can take advantage or who can be ready to compete with their Caribbean brothers with the passage of this bill at this time. The cuts in funding by the PNM to UTT, MIC, NESC, Trinidad and Tobago Hospitality Institute, CFTDI. It's like telling our national football team, no training, no practice matches, no gym, no balls to kick, but you must now go out and win the Caribbean Cup. That is an impossibility and puts our citizens at a disadvantage. But I know that the PNM would not understand that, because just last January, they did our national football team just that, to send them to the slaughter to USA unprepared. Our economy is in the worst state in the history of our beloved country. Let me repeat. Our economy is in the worst state in the history of our beloved country. Worse than 1983, worse than 2009 after the global collapse in 2008, worse than 1970. Foreign reserves are disappearing. Negative foreign direct investment for the 3rd consecutive year. Constant addictive dipping into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund by this PNM. Borrowing to pay recurrent expenditure by this PNM. Forex crisis in this PNM.
Senator Roberts, you are saying a lot, but you're not being relevant to the matter at hand. So I'd like you to tie in, if you want to continue, to tie into what is before us.
Madam President, I know the PNM may not understand, so I'll help them. We are talking about...
Senator Roberts, it is my ruling. Please, so just, yes.
I will tie it in with pleasure. We are here debating to open categories, as we see in Clause 7, for example, Clause 4 of the bill would amend Section 2 of the Act principally to expand the definition of certificate and dependent member, as well as Clause 7 would allow the minister with responsibility for immigration to revoke, and then Clause 10 would increase and expand the opportunities for other CARICOM nationals in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, if you are going to allow others to come into a market, into an economy, one has to identify analyze and state what is our economy like now? Can our citizens compete? Are we in a position to provide our people? Because charity begins at home first. So if we have to analyze the economy, then we will show that the timing of this bill is unfortunate. It is going to bring pain on our citizens, and it shows a lack of planning on the part of the government, because our economy is in the weakest state it has ever been, and our people are suffering. Unemployment is at the highest levels ever. The poverty rate is up at 30%, but yet the PNM comes here today not to bring a bill to ease the tension, not to bring a bill to encourage and to create jobs for our people at home, but to bring more competition on top of a weakened economy. And the UNC says the timing is all wrong. Not xenophobia, not anti-CARICOM. We love our CARICOM brothers and sisters, but charity begins at home, and the PNM has decimated the economy and now wants to bring others to further disadvantage our citizens. And the United National Congress says no. The debt to GDP ratio is approaching 100%. We have complete food insecurity. Education is in peril. The energy sector is on life support, yet the PNM brings this bill not to ease the pain, not to illuminate a spark of hope, not to provide oxygen for them to breathe, but a bill to pour water on an already saturated sponge. The Honorable Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs said that the UNC is fear-mongering. But fear-mongering cannot work on an already terrified population. You can't frighten twice. Fear-mongering is only plausible if a population has the lingering belief or faith in the humanity of the government. In the case of the PNM, has their heads buried neck deep in oil and is totally unaware, the entire population is resoundingly assured of the PNM's collective heartlessness, callousness, and inhumanity. Facts create fear. Fact is that right now, large numbers of our population are unemployed, underemployed.
So, Senator Roberts, you are speaking after quite a number of speakers, and the issue of tedious repetition is arising because you're basically saying what other speakers have said. So I'll ask you please to try and move on to some other points.
Thank you, Madam President. The country sees no future under the dormant creativity of the bland PNM. If they had brought policies here today to diversify the economy, to increase creativity, to create alternate revenue streams, to produce jobs and job creation, these are all alien terms to the PNM. We now see 2 weeks ago that this PNM government, after 6.5 years in government, is now tendering out for a sports tourism master plan.
Eyes on Standing Order 53-1B.
So, Senator Roberts, it's about tedious repetition, and I will ask, I've already spoken to you on it, and I will ask you please to try and come to some new points about the bill. Okay?
Madam, I have not heard about sport tourism yet in the 12 senators who have spoken. I am now speaking about sport tourism, the lack of diversification, the lack of implementation of the PNM, who was recently tendered out for a sport tourism master plan 6.5 years after being in government, and we have gone nowhere.
Senator Roberts, listen. You can talk about a bill by saying what it is not. And you can also talk about, you're almost saying as if you're talking about a bill, but you're not talking about the bill. You're talking about matters that are not relevant to the bill. You're making some points and trying to tie it in, but please, I'm asking you, you are repeating Sport tourism might not have come up that phrase, but basically what you are saying has been said before by other speakers in different words, but you're saying the same thing that they have said.
What am I saying? I am trying to say that we have an industry that we have no jobs, no diversification, and we are creating a bill here to create competition that we are unprepared for.
I rise on 53(1)B again, please.
Senator Roberts, just try and listen to what I'm telling you, and I ask as you move on.
Laws are meant to remedy a particular mischief or to encourage a positive activity or the implementation of a plan to benefit the wider society. So what exactly are we doing here today? Let us analyze the bill very carefully. The bill seeks to amend the Immigration, Caribbean, Community Skills National Act, Chapter 1803, hereinafter referred to as the Act, to, among other things, expand the categories of skilled nationals from other qualifying Caribbean community states to enter Trinidad and Tobago under the CARICOM single market. As we said, charity begins at home. The NIB roll shows 123,000 people have lost their jobs in the last 3 years. There are also...
Order 53(1)B, the very statistics were quoted.
Senator Roberts, I have to agree. And you also earlier in your presentation made the statement about charity. So you're repeating yourself and you're also repeating what has been said before. So can I ask you please to move on?
Thank you, Madam President. Doctors are selling doubles. Sports management degrees, people with those are driving PH. Teachers are working in retail. Undergraduate degree holders are unemployed.
I rise on standing. Madam President.
Senator Roberts, a standing order is being invoked. Attorney General, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on standing order 53(1)B. This has exactly been put on the record.
Senator Roberts, I don't know how many times again that I can caution you about tedious repetition, so I hope that this is the last time.
Thank you, Madam President. All of this occurred before COVID-19, and then came the COVID-19 pandemic, and the mismanagement that by the PNM has led to over 44% of businesses will never be...
On standing order 53(1)B.
Senator Roberts, just finish your point and move on.
The time is to rebuild, renew, and regenerate, not to expand the labor force. Our labor force is operating at approximately 70%, and we need our opportunities to move on. $7.5 billion of VAT is owed by this government to small businesses, which are the engine room of job creation. $7.5 billion. This is stifling and suffocating business. And yet at this time, when the government is unable to repay VAT refunds, utilizing money as a low-interest
order 46(1).
Senator Roberts, just continue.
Thank you, Madam. Because the idea here is that we need to generate jobs. We need to be competitive, and our citizens must have the opportunity so to do. So if the government cannot pay what it is duly legally so to do to encourage business, to create jobs, to leave our people at the mercy of others coming in to take what little is there, could never be good planning on the part of this government. There is no cash flow, but they're making more labor available. We have porous borders. Over 16,000 illegal immigrants have been registered.
Senator Roberts, please, you are taking this debate beyond what is relevant. You are taking it beyond. So I'll ask you, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me try to let you know where I'm going. This is an immigration bill, an immigration policy. It is seeking to amend immigration laws. Immigration laws and policy only work if border control exists. If there is no border control...
Senator Roberts, that is stretching the issue of relevance. It really is. Okay, so because the bill has the word immigration in it, doesn't mean that everything about immigration is covered in a debate, and can be. So what I would ask you to do, I see you're trying to make your points. I'll ask you to tighten up, get to the point quickly.
Okay, let me tighten it, because you came up a bit early. I'm not talking about porous borders only. I am saying that if we are here making laws, we must not make laws that put law-abiding citizens at a disadvantage. So if your immigration border control policy allows those who are willing to break the law to get through, as they say, or to get in, to get jobs, then we are here putting law-abiding citizens and parameters on them to apply for work permits, to get permission, to be under scrutiny of the minister with responsibility. But other people who are not law-abiding are coming in at 149 points across Trinidad and Tobago. And any law that puts law-abiding citizens at a disadvantage could not be a just and moral law. The PNM could not control the porous borders during a global pandemic, bringing death and...
Madam President, I rise on Standing Order 46-1 and Standing Order 53-1B.
Senator Roberts, I allowed you to expand on your point on immigration. I did allow you. And regretfully, in my view, it was not tied in to the matter at hand. Please, you have a few more minutes. I will ask you, please, just try and be relevant to the bill, okay?
Thank you, Madam President. The PNM has no plan, and we come here today to debate a bill that does not fit into the situation that exists in this country in any form or fashion. Up to now, Independent Senator Sharice C. Prasad has been begging the PNM, begging the Honorable Attorney General to bring their legislative agenda. However, he can't, because just like Emailgate, it does not exist.
On Standing Order 46-1.
Senator Roberts, please. I will ask you to try and be relevant to the bill, and I have to tell you at this stage that I can't give you any more opportunities after this, okay?
The government has no statistics nor information to inform this bill. We've listened to senator from the government side after senator, and none of them could give us any up-to-date statistics. They have promised the National Statistical
on Standing Order 55-1B. 53.
Continue, Senator Roberts.
Thank you very much, Madam President. No statistics, no information. The government promised a National Institute for Statistics in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. They gave up in 2021. They promised it, and they have not brought it. The government has announced a CSO statistics survey that's going to cost $150 million. Why did the government not wait for that plan before bringing this legislation? Because that would have informed whether the time was right, whether the population was ready, whether the economy was in a position...
Senator Roberts, you have 5 more
was in a position to compete with the rest of the CARICOM. Bringing this bill without data is like curtailing a rescue mission without intelligence, without knowledge, without trying to save lives. Then again, When the PNM has full information, they make wrong choices. Whether it's Petrotrin with the Lashley, McKinsey, Solomon report which provided statistics and data.
At this stage, I'm going to have to ask you to end your contribution. I can't anymore ask you to be relevant. I've asked you too many times during your contribution. So I'm going to have to now ask you to... Yes. Senator Roberts, hold on. Senator Roberts, please, before you leave, please apologize for what you just said.
I humbly apologize to you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to make a short intervention in this debate. Madam President, I'm intervening mainly because I want to save my colleague, Senator Browne, from having to deal with some of what I call in this debate by the opposition. It is no more than a fig leaf debate. Nothing much to say. In fact, the last speaker struggled simply because he could find nothing of relevance to say in opposition to the bill, and I'll say why. And I do not wish for Senator Browne, Minister of Foreign Affairs, to be consumed by having to deal with pettiness. And it took me right back, Madam President, to something I've said in this House before, when I've quoted Maestro and his 1974 hit, Mr. Trinidad. Because when I've listened to the opposition over the two sittings and the press conference, or conferences, and read the press release, it brings me back to what Maestro was talking about, the confusion. And I just give you a few lines of it, Madam President. Because you refuse to vote in election, but then you ain't want revolution. You're strongly against communism, but you walk out on colonialism. You say Eric Williams had to go, but who to replace him, you ain't know. So to make a long story short from in front, this opposition ain't really know what they want. Because, Madam President, I had the opportunity in my career so far to work in the CARICOM system. And it's very, very fresh in my mind that the commitments made in relation to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas and CSME were commitments made by the Basdev Pandey administration. And having done that, at the moment when the legislation in respect of the CCJ had to be passed in Trinidad and Tobago, the UNC refused to support the legislation. And it was merely sour grapes, that they were out of government, and that gave them the opportunity to disgrace themselves regionally by resigning from an agreement that they had entered into. And history is repeating itself. To believe that you could simply backtrack on a commitment as significant as the commitments enshrined in the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas is to completely misunderstand what this region is all about. Because this is not an issue of reciprocal arrangements. This is an issue of community. And Trinidad and Tobago finds itself in a community called CARICOM. And it is not simply taking your marbles and going home because you're not winning. These are serious commitments, and they are meant to bind the individual countries of the region, whoever is in government. And when we make these commitments, Madam President, especially in the region, and especially given the nature of international law, we know that treaties entered into require national law in our case. And we can't bind a future government. Not every time we would have a special majority. In our bicameral legislature, there's no guarantee that something that is approved in this House, as we've seen, is going to pass in the other place. But we depend on our understanding of how we work in this region as a community. And most importantly, we depend on what is regarded as the spirit of the Treaty of Chaguaramas. So that is why speaker after speaker on the opposition bench, that is why they've faltered. That is why you've gotten so much exercise in a short space of time, Madam President. Because Senator Roberts had absolutely nothing to say. Because he knows one of the most important moments for the 2010 to 2015 UNC administration was when Trinidad and Tobago hosted CARICOM at the time CARICOM was celebrating its 40th anniversary. And that was 2013. Meeting was held in July 2013. And in the days leading up to the meeting, it was Senator Roberts, the then acting Minister of Communications, believe it or not. Senator Roberts, as acting Minister of Communication, was up and down this country touting the virtues of CARICOM, regional unity, free movement, and everything relating to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. So of all persons, he knows. And the opposition still functions under the leadership of Kamla Persad-Bissessar, Member of Parliament for Siparia. And it was in that 40th anniversary session that took place in Trinidad and Tobago that Mrs. Kamla Bissessar, as the leader of CARICOM at the time, who in one line summed up what we are doing in this House, in one line. And that one line is, we are one people, one region, one community. And that statement is rooted in the original documents, the foundation documents of CARICOM, and in the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas and all the commitments that go with it. And it is Mrs. Kamla Bissessar, in that same 40th anniversary celebration and session, who said this also, and I quote, "Only through collective effort that the ambitions of the people of the Caribbean can be materialized." And it is not a question of whether we can accommodate nationals from other CARICOM countries who meet the requirements to work in Trinidad. It's not a question of if. It is an issue that we have to, and we have to because of commitments already made. And this issue of taking away jobs, persons from outside Trinidad and Tobago but within CARICOM who meet the requirements set down in the treaty and who meet the requirements set down in this bill, it would operate on the basis of supply and demand. People would only seek, there will be push factors from countries within the region where there are no jobs or few jobs available for particular skills. And there'll be a demand in Trinidad and Tobago. And it would work the other way too. It would work the other way too. Citizens and nationals of Trinidad and Tobago who meet the requirements under the revised treaty and who meet the requirements set out in the national laws of the various members of CARICOM would also be able to work outside the region, outside Trinidad and Tobago, but within the region. So, Madam President, a lot of what the opposition they've spoken about is completely irrelevant to the bill that is before us. What is before us is the continuation of a process starting with the Treaty of Chaguaramas, a process that this opposition has advanced when they were in government, a process that is very important to the preservation of the community that is CARICOM. And I'm sitting and I'm listening to Senator Nakhid, Senator Roberts, I'm listening to all these children of people who arrived in this country.
46, 4, and I really feel that he's out of order.
No, Minister, continue.
More exercise for you, Madam President.
In the future, to members of Parliament as children, I would like to know.
Senator Mark, I made a ruling, but just Senator Mark, you did not hear what the minister said. The minister did not say that he did not refer to people as children alone. He continued, but you didn't hear that. And that is why I made my ruling the way I did. Continue, Minister.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the double mask is pulling too hard on the airs.
No, Minister, look. Thank you very much.
Senator Mark is my friend. I withdraw that. Yes, Madam President. The simple point I was making that is I was surprised that so many of us who are the children of immigration and migration and so on, and so many of us whose households have been influenced by the opportunity to work, to travel to other places, and in some cases live and work illegally, as in North America, could take this view that this simple piece of legislation warrants the type of objection, insularity, and comment that have taken place in the last week in this House and outside this House. And I close by saying, Madam President, that this is a commitment that we have made. This is something that must be done. And I look forward to my colleagues on the independent bench supporting this bill and signaling to our friends in the region that Trinidad and Tobago, notwithstanding the circumstances that all of us face, continue to be committed to the ideal of regional integration. Thank you very much.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, it is my distinct honor to again address this Senate on the Immigration, Caribbean Community, Skills Nationals Amendment Bill 2022, which will amend the Immigration, Caribbean Community, Skilled Nationals Act, Chapter 1803. Madam President, I want to thank Senator Rambharat for his intervention and his noble inclination to avoid me having to respond to anything Senator Roberts may have contributed. But I just want to say that in his remarks, Senator Roberts proved once again that the United National Congress is against the Caribbean single market and economy. And it seems that Senator Roberts found himself compelled to begin his contribution with some of the most sulfurous remarks against the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago that I have ever heard. And it reminds me, I will make a brief reference to a recent debate that we had when we spoke about the need for respect and the need for us as senators to conduct ourselves in a manner befitting this honorable House, even befitting its architecture and the investment the taxpayers have made. And I want to connect that, Madam President, to our even broader responsibility to the people, not just of Trinidad and Tobago, but the people of our beloved region. And Madam President, I listened to members on the other side, and I also listened to the independent senators that have chosen to contribute to this particular debate. I think it's incumbent upon me to remind the Senate why the government has taken the important decision to bring this amendment bill before the House. This bill implements a system of legal and orderly migration with the relevant checks and balances that are enshrined in the clauses to ensure that member states maintain control of their borders, collect taxes and revenues, and ensure that their laws are upheld. I heard no principled objection or opposition to the merits of this bill. I heard no principled objection to the CARICOM single market and economy. I heard no principled objection to the vision of CARICOM. I heard several unprincipled references, which I can only condense as red herrings. Fortunately, they came only and exclusively from members of the United National Congress. Madam President, successive CARICOM heads of government, including our own Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, have looked at the CSME as the single most important route to economic and social recovery coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I heard lots of talk, this is not the right time and we're now recovering from COVID. How are we going to do that as a country? How are we going to do that as separate states within this very vulnerable region if we don't work together? And that's the principle I think my friends on the other side have completely missed in their zeal to just oppose. It's a government bill, therefore we must oppose it. And my colleagues on this side have presented the reality that when they were in government, they were in support or appeared to be in support of these very principles. And is it that now that they're in opposition, it is considered the right thing to do to oppose that which you claim you are the architect of, Senator Mark, through you, Madam President? He stood here and claimed paternity of these measures. and then turn around and try to abuse his own creation. That's not something that we can endorse at all on this side. And I want to quote the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in his inaugural speech of his chairmanship of CARICOM in 2021, and he said, and I quote, "We must continue to advance and strengthen the integration process and to harness the CSME to propel our economic recovery," unquote. That was in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. And when he spoke on behalf of all of CARICOM. This is the leadership of Trinidad and Tobago, and the bill before the Senate is in furtherance of that vision. And I've gone through some of the merits. It ensures that Trinidad and Tobago meets its treaty obligations and is compliant with the Treaty of Chaguaramas, the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. Who here is opposed to that? Raise your hand. Through you, Madam President. We cannot be opposed to that because we are all part of that. The bill expands opportunities for Trinidad and Tobago nationals. And again, I don't know if there's a selective hearing or selective deafness, but to pretend that this bill empowers foreigners, and that's where the xenophobia tends to come in, empowers foreigners to invade Trinidad and Tobago misses the point that the primary applicants for skills certificates in this country are Trinidad and Tobago nationals. Why would any senator, I dare not think independent senators, but even a UNC senator, why would you want to deny our nationals the same powers that others have throughout the rest of CARICOM? That's the question I put before the Senate this afternoon, Madam President. And I defy any UNC member to stand now and answer that. Because to pretend that this is about, what is it, gerrymandering or voter padding, or to pretend this is about opening the doors for floods of plumbers, someone referred to thousands of plumbers coming to Trinidad and Tobago, is to either misread the bill, and then we have a problem of literacy in the Senate, or it is to misrepresent what you know the bill does and what you know the bill contains. And that might be even worse, Madam President, because that is an attempt to deceive and hoodwink the population of Trinidad. Oh, I'm sorry. I withdraw that comment. I withdraw that comment. I would just say that would be even worse than illiteracy. Let me move on, Madam President, before I get myself in trouble. The bill also anticipates, as senators have referred to, that there's also a pull factor for a global diaspora, and that's part of this one market that we're referring to. There are people outside, CARICOM diaspora, living outside of the region, who would then recognize it's not just their source country that's calling them back. It's the regional economy, and there's real potential in that to bring their investments back home and to bring their skills back home. The bill also puts the necessary systems in place to collect revenue and improve administrative processes. Revenues we've been foregoing. Other countries are busy collecting revenues under the skills certificate process. We haven't been collecting a penny. That's what this bill does. It just puts us on par. It doesn't give us a disadvantage at all. In no respect does this put us at any disadvantage. And it also puts strong penalties, increased penalties, for any potential abuse. Who would stand here and defend abuse of the application process? We need deterrence. And most importantly, it ends the bill, when we pass it today, ends an asymmetry where Trinidad and Tobago nationals can only move freely in a restricted number of categories because our legislation to date does not allow the CSME unit to accept applications from our nationals for the additional 5 categories. And that's what we are setting right. That's it. That's it. So I listened carefully to members on the other side, and I want to commend the independent
senators. I'm not just saying that as empty salutations or throwing flowers across the aisle, but there were some valuable insights shared. And I want to commend as well my colleagues on this side for some excellent contributions. And I don't want to exclude the UNC senators, Madam President, because I am of the view that all points have value, even though some may not have merit. I will ignore the obligatory political rhetoric that some sprinkled in their contributions, but I will treat with some of the more substantial points. After listening to the contributions, particularly from the opposition, it would seem they want our nationals to remain at a disadvantage and unable to access additional opportunities to live and work throughout the region, because that's the current situation, and that's what we are seeking to change. How can Senator Mark claim that his mandate is to seek the interests of our nationals, while his party would not support a bill that creates opportunities for our nationals, our women, our youth, our small and medium enterprises? All I heard was political posturing. And the opportunities should not be limited to university graduates and any particular special category of citizen. This is to open it up to additional categories. This doesn't take us the full distance. This doesn't mean free movement for everyone within CARICOM, but it is a step toward a free movement regime. It's a contribution, and the Senate has an opportunity to make such a contribution. And Senator Vieira got it. And I always throw in a little line that I don't agree with everything that he says. Well, I shouldn't. But in this debate, he got it, Madam President. He got it. And this free movement, why should it just be the purview of the Varma Deyalsinghs of this society? We need to offer it to other sectors of society as well, the same opportunities. And Senator Vieira said, and I agree, the categories have been too heavily weighted in favor of university graduates. I'm a university graduate, but as a public figure, and we all are, I have to be able to think for others as well, other categories of citizens as well. And other countries have done this. What we're doing here is special, but it's nothing different to what was done elsewhere. A long shopping list of countries. Why is Trinidad and Tobago? Why would we even think about denying ourselves and of course, forsaking our obligations under the revised treaty? I heard no principled argument to suggest that we should do that. So I agree with what Senator Vieira's overall position. And there was some scorn poured on categories of unskilled workers, unskilled. Well, you might be differently skilled. That does not mean that you are unskilled, Madam President. And I want to debunk that view. And some of it came from persons who in past debates were accusing others of elitism. Yes? And now the shoe is on the other foot. And they premise their argument on a very elitist view of our society. I took careful note. I heard Senator Mark on some airwaves calling for more pathologists and forensic and cybercrime experts. That's his recommendation. Not realizing that these are degree holders. These are university graduates, which was the first category eligible for free movement since 2001. So tell the pathologists and the cybercrime experts, they fall into an already recognized category. So Senator Mark, that ship has already sailed. Again, even when you think you've made a valuable point, what you've done is call for something that is already in place in Trinidad and Tobago. I can assure you, Madam President, the government will make good on its word that all sectors will have equal opportunity and access to the benefits of the CSME. We're taking a step in that direction with 5 additional categories, plus the 5 that already exist. Senator Jearlean John took on Mia Motley. Oh, wow, that's a big fight.
She took on Mia Motley and her reference to coalition of the willing, and rhetorically she asked, willing to do what? Some people have not been paying attention to the Caribbean community. She asked, willing to do what? Let me answer. Willing to work together to recover from the economic impact of COVID-19. No island can do so on its own. None. CSME is not the problem. It is the solution to the problem. I don't want to dwell on Senator Nakhid too much at all, but he said the bill only makes sense if the categories are defined. Obviously, he's denied himself the benefit of referring to the very basic CSME handbook that is available to all literate nationals of Trinidad and Tobago, where these categories are all defined. I'm not going to waste any more time on that. And when I try to decide...
Minister, I will ask you to be a little careful with... Yes.
Madam President, I will be completely guided by your admonition. I tried to decipher what Senator Nakhid, what his point was. And his rhetoric, again, was about the East-West corridor. And, he said that this, looking at the small man on the East-West corridor, and the bill is somehow going to put them at a disadvantage. And that's a recurrent theme for Senator Nakhid. But I want to say, when I listen to his concern for the small man on the East-West corridor, that he must not have been around the last time the UNC was in the government of Trinidad and Tobago. His talk about discriminating against those elements of society, he must not have been around the last time his party was in power. Because I seem to recall a particular administration filling trucks with persons from that East-West corridor and jailing them for no reason, mass jailings. Maybe he didn't have access to the internet wherever he may have been. And he said, we are concerned about this. He repeated it. We are concerned about the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Well, if you are so concerned as a senator, I would say you would do two things today. One is to support this CSME bill. And two, you would stay 1,000,000 miles away from the United National Congress. Madam President, I also want to remind the Senate that the national and regional private sector stakeholders have lobbied heavily for the expansion of these categories. This is not the government acting on its own. This is our business sector, small, medium, large enterprises, sole traders, recognizing that they will benefit significantly from the expansion of these categories. Many of our companies, and it's not just the Macy's and the chief brands, but companies in various sectors, have been taking advantage of regional opportunities, and they can do so even better. I heard a back and forth with Senator Leida and his private sector laudable investments elsewhere in the region. But you can't make those investments as a Trinidad and Tobago businessman. Let me rephrase that. Those investments will be best facilitated in an environment in which your skilled workers in various categories can move across the region as well to support your investments. That's when it makes the most sense. So I was very disappointed that Senator Leida of all couldn't get the message, or maybe because of where he sits, he's just denied himself the benefit of the message. And there are many benefits to be derived from the free movement regime, as recognized by Senator Ayi and Senator Vieira, as well as other colleagues, captured in this bill. And I want to commend Senator Ayi for her references to these Sustainable Development Goals, which should arise in every debate in this Senate. I want to endorse her words. I want to say that gender equality and empowerment for women and girls are factored in the bill because of the expanded opportunities in a region in which we must appreciate diversity and where women must be represented at all levels of society. And I want to tell the Senator that our CSME unit, as it stands, is powered by a powerful team of women
with one young gentleman in between. He's a happy fellow. I commend them for their work. And Madam President, both the Minister of Trade and Industry and Senator Vieira spoke about the principles of reciprocity and good faith, and both are important tenets enshrined in international law. Trinidad and Tobago, please.
Give way, just as a matter of interest. I don't know if it was mentioned earlier on, would you be able to identify if CARICOM has a mechanism that is able to track the movement of persons and their skills across the region so as to identify the successes of these proposed types of initiatives and or the gaps that may be filled later on? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Madam President, it's an important question. The CARICOM Secretariat does compile those types of data. It's usually brought in a little bit after the fact, and it usually is corroborated through the CSME units in the various jurisdictions. So what they would have is the application data, they would also have their verification data, and they will also have the approvals that are done. So those statistics are available, and this has been going on, as you know, Senator, for some years now. This is nothing new. This is just an expansion in keeping with our obligations. Trinidad and Tobago is a beneficiary of the CSME. There's no doubt about that. All goods or services or businesses are leaders in the region, and we're giving them even more opportunities to thrive. We've created jobs, investments, opportunities across this region. Everywhere you travel, you see Trinidad and Tobago products. Everywhere in this region. That's something we should be proud of, and we have the opportunity to build on that even more. So that if let's say a barber wants to go to the Half Moon Resort in Jamaica, he's the best barber in his community, and he wants to go and spend a year and cut Prince William's hair or whoever visits the Half Moon Resort. Why would we want to deny him that privilege? He can apply right here in Trinidad and Tobago for a skill certificate, and it falls to all the other categories as well. And there's this talk about the flooding to our shores, flooding to our shores. Madam President, how much more time do I have?
You finish at 5:34 and it's 5:20, so you have about 7 minutes.
Good Lord. Thank you, Madam President. So flooding, skill certificate holders flooding to our shores. But what they haven't told the public, especially Senator Mark, because he started this migrant flooding talk, is that Barbados, Jamaica, Belize, Guyana, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and others have all expanded their categories for free movement since 2006. And their nationals have had the choice to live and work in Trinidad and Tobago before, during, and after the last UNC administration. Where was the flooding then? Where was the voter padding then? I ask. We cannot agree with that logic. And I say to senators, that's only an attempt to distract from the merits of the bill, which they have not criticized in any way, shape, or form. I just want to touch on a few specific clauses. Senator Ayi and Senator Lutch-Medial had some comments on Section 4C of the Act, Clause 4. They stated that the expanded definition for dependents was too restrictive, and the meaning of dependent should be anyone who's wholly dependent on the main beneficiary. For example, parents, grandparents, a student who's on sabbatical, etc. Madam President, I hesitate to accept that. I think the expansion for dependents does support family life, whereby a parent or grandparent who is wholly dependent on the main beneficiary of a skill certificate holder has the right to live and move. But a carte blanche is not recommended at this time. So I hear the submissions. The drafters, we've had some discussion. We didn't want to open it up at this stage to the entire pumpkin vine that can possibly feature within a Caribbean context. If we open this up completely for any applicant to claim any relative as being wholly dependent, we may have a scenario that can provide an avenue for abuse. But it is something that we can look at further in the future. There were references to mechanisms for persons convicted in a member state. Senator Deyalsingh made some strong points along those lines. But the spirit of the free movement regime is to live and work in a member state under conditions of national treatment. So there are no additional
Minister,
monitoring
you now have
mechanisms
5 more minutes.
for non-national skills certificate holders. And again, this is consistent with CARICOM heads of government decision from July 2006 on forward. There was talk about the registrar, and he's a political appointee, and the minister hiring and firing. That was Senator Leida. But those comments could only come from someone unfamiliar with the public service and who would never have worked in a government ministry. The minister is a policymaker, and policy implementation occurs through the permanent secretary, who is the accounting officer. So no, the minister doesn't have the power to hire and fire any registrar under our constitution. There was other talk about the power of the minister, etc. None of it really had much merit. And I just want to make a final point about spouses. Again, Senator Ayi and Senator Deyalsingh expressed concerns about Clause 18. But the fact is the alignment of the definition of spouses doesn't really apply, because the Cohabitational Relationships Act, Chapter 4555, only treats with cohabitational relationships in set circumstances, property and maintenance dispute with respect to children. So, Madam President, I know I just have maybe 4 minutes left. There were comments about the timing of the bill, and I won't dwell on that, because this is not on the eve of any CARICOM meeting. The last intersessional has occurred. We are fulfilling our obligations, which have been on our shoulders for some time. Madam President, this bill is good law for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and it's also good news for our citizens and for the people of the region. We've been divided by the cold hand of colonialism, but we've always been connected. More and more, in accordance with the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, those connections are being enshrined in law in Barbados, Guyana, Belize, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, now Trinidad and Tobago. CARICOM Day is July 4th, but maybe we can have a mini celebration today as we take another key step towards a single market and economy. We are repaying the faith that the founders of CARICOM had in us, and we are demonstrating our faith in the next generation, who will all benefit from the CSME. Madam President, we are CARICOM, and CARICOM is us, and I want to end by thanking senators for their input. I thank the Senate for its support and for our collective effort for the future. Madam President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration, Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Act, Chapter 1803, be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration, Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Act, Chapter 1803.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Immigration, Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Immigration, Caribbean Community Skilled Nationals Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Honourable Senators, there are 19 clauses in the bill, and there are 2 sets of amendments. There is 1 set of amendments. I don't know if everyone has had sight of the amendments, because I am seeing some, Yeah. So, Honourable Senators, what I intend to do is to suspend the committee for 10 minutes, and we will resume at 5:45. So the committee is suspended for 10 minutes.